Yo, Crypto Hunter, what's going on? Welcome. Yes, the install took a little bit. After seeing the orchestra play this out, I just feel like we have to enjoy this loading screen. Welcome on in. Surprise, surprise. The Third Kingdom is live. Okay, let's see. We're not even checking out the how to play. That might be regret. But hopefully we don't. Okay, so you're gonna choose your origin island, select from the available biomes below based on the surrealscapes in your wallet. Now, from my understanding, I think the grasslands is just the default if you don't have a surrealscape. We have a shroom field. So we'll use that. Okay, so the kingdom coins up on the top. If you're wanting to buy kingdom coins, you can buy with 100 root. Well, 30,000 kingdom coins are going to cost that. True. 5,000, you're looking at 17. Lucky 17. Okay, left side, energy, stone, alloys, gems, ooze, and gold. Now, the question, I guess, is what does the tutorial look like? Am I going to understand it? Am I going to be a complete fish about this? Scrolling over. This is the town hall. We click it. We're at prestige 0. Which means the starting point, this is kind of like Call of Duty, where if you prestige, it kind of resets. But you get a cool looking icon. A little bit different within the Web3 games, but close enough. And then these small, like, diamond-ish areas. A little bit of elevated land on some parts. Deploy the different prisms. Over on the side, it looks like military. Gems, alloy, ooze. Kingdom prisms, stone prisms. Gold. I don't really know if we know what kingdom is. But if we click build, oh yeah, we got a free one, a quarry. And scrolling in on the mouse, you zoom in, and then it's your arrow keys to go side to side. Right-clicking moves it. Left-clicking only works for positioning. Now, if we go to these ones, that first initial one, the quarry, was free. And everything else, we're going to wait. Kingdom is the Eternals. Ah, okay. Thank you, Crypto Hammer. So all these different ones, we can click Manage Prisms. It says I have 0 of this sort. For stone. Oh, we have 9. Apparently have a lot of stone. We're still waiting for this first initial build. It says 2 minutes remaining. And again, for anybody that doesn't know, this is a strategy simulation game. So if you're like, whoa, I thought this was going to be more exciting. Well, tomorrow they are hoping the spaces for open, which is supposed to be the more exciting one. Neo Tokyo is now involved, if you're familiar with that collection from Alex Becker and Elio Trades. Arvar, thanks for sharing. What graphics card do you have running this? I want to say it's like a 2060 Super, 2070 Super. I got it a few years ago. I don't think it was a crazy card by any means. But if I'm going to be totally honest with you, I kind of forget. But I think I want to say it's like a 2070 Super, because I remember the Super aspect to it. Okay, the quarry should be done. The quarry is not done. The quarry is done. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, so the production progress, it's saying that I'm getting 120 per hour with a capacity of 480. And I can upgrade with different materials. Again, knowing that, from my understanding, that everything gets reset on a prestige, we're just going to keep buying here, I guess. Or no, we have to wait. So we're immediately at a crossroads. We're immediately at a crossroads because I can't do anything else unless I pay with Kingdom Coin. Which, for anybody tuning in a little bit late, it's most popular, even though the game just came out. Gator, they think we're fish on a hook. But still, 100 root for 30,000 Kingdom points. I mean, do we just wait it out? Or do we immediately go and buy Kingdom Coin? Immediately, they're setting you up for the bait. It's brilliant. or it could piss people off initially. But 4 hours remaining. And if anybody else is doing this in like a different manner, please let me know. Because everybody's going to have different strategies off the rip. But yeah, it looks like I don't think I can do anything. Well, actually, hold on. So production boost plus 2%, plus 2%, plus 2%. If we select all, which whales, you guys are going to love that. And each of them are a little bit different. So the 1x1 is a plus 1%, and all of the others I have are plus 2%. So I think that'll also play into people that have the 3x3, 4x4s. Yo, Mary G, what's going on? When you win money in the game, can you send it back to your crypto wallet? So I think for episode 2 is when the rewards are actually going to open up. Right now, I believe it's just the goal is to kind of have like the pre-launch before it gets really exciting and allow people to get familiar with the game, start building up energy. And I believe that's when the assets, which including partner ones, but for Futureverse, the Fluff, the Party Bears, etc., are going to play that role. But I mean, let's just, for the sake of these, we'll add all of the Surrealscapes to this. Oh, yeah. All right, little bit bold sounding, but I like it. And then we check this back. It still says 4 hours remaining. The production, it's bumped up. I think it was 120 per hour. Now it's 122. And the capacity also looks like it's bumped up by 10. So very minimal from that perspective. But for these other ones here, I'm just clicking on to kind of see. So we have 13 alloy. I think we have 9 of another. So I don't have a crazy amount of prisms. We had about 6 different land parcels there. So right off the rip, we have to have the conversation of people's assumptions for how long you have to spend playing this game. There was a lot of people that anticipated this was going to be like a heavy grind of some sort. Having played heavy metal and knowing this is a strategy simulation game, I kind of figured it wasn't going to be, you know, super fast paced, at least on the start. Maybe later on in episode 2, if the storyline gets super crazy. Maybe. Mary G, does it remind you of Age of Empire? Age of Empire mythology. One of the greatest video games ever made. Kind of. But it feels like there's not those extra components right now. And we're supposed to, as we see when we go over, I think this far, you gotta get used to using the right mouse to move. You see me mouse kind of jumping here and there? But the military prisms on the side, this has been hinted at. We don't really know, but there's supposed to be raids and other components, right? So if you're stealing other people's resources, that's where it comes into. Yo, Peter Jan, what's going on? You don't think so in the slightest? Well, yeah. I mean, you don't have the characters or anything. It's just having the production and kind of chilling. So I guess the question, I don't have a better screen. I'm just going to see what, like, the kingdom coins, how it works with purchasing. So it takes you to Portal Pay. This is very, very interesting. I'll show you the screen. But if you are going to purchase any of the kingdom coins, it then pops out and says route. It gives you the USD value. And then you can search it in any currency, which is kind of neat. So yes, you're only looking at one island. And it depends. This is just what it looks like from the other window. But yeah, so it really matters what your original biome is. But it sounds like later on there's a chance you could change it. Is it the Pokemon Go type vibes where you pick the red, blue, or yellow team? Sort of, but I don't know if that's going to play a part a little bit later. So I'm just going to hide this because I don't know how this pops out. And then it says connect my wallet. As we're here live, spending 100 root. Insane. But that makes sense because I never really understood what the hell the Portal Pay partnership was about. But now I'm starting to understand. Looks like it's more like a city sim builder. Yes, that's a very good way of putting it. Again, these are supposed to be resources that seed the other gaming experiences that are working on. Yes, but also remember that there's people that are free, and I think the default is going to be grasslands on that. I wonder if you'll be able to load your NFTs from your wallets as characters. I saw they were kind of... Yeah, so the big conversation is more about what the production yield and components are. We just looked a moment ago and saw how having the Surrealscapes were going to give production boost. There's a big expectation that the assets are going to be great. Yo, what's going on, JJ? So it said that it was completed, but I don't see the reaction that quickly within this game, at least as of yet. Sorry, just switching it back. Sorry, JJ, I was just going through like the checkout, so I was trying to hide it. I just don't have like a be right back screen. Is the game pay to win? So it's too soon as it just came out to have that idea. From my understanding, they have it where like you can pay to not fall far behind, but I don't think it's a way that it's like busted, if that makes sense. But again, zooming in, it looks pretty nice. Rip sleep. I literally woke up, saw the announcement, now I'm downloading the game. Hell yeah. So time-based resource game, yes. And again, I don't know if the Portal Pay component is not working, if I need to do a reset of the game of some sort. But we have this. We've added several Surrealscapes to it, so the production's a little bit better. Well, I mean, this is kind of strange. Because if I remember before, this said 122 per hour, but now it's saying 133 per hour. With the capacity at 533. So is this something that's going up over time? Or how are we supposed to view that? Middle of the night here? Well, hello to your new midnight, middle of the night routine. And the maximum prisms on an island that I can have with this is 75. The Surrealscape production bonus is 11% for me. And I've put 6 on here. Oh no, the server is unavailable. Oh no. DDAT, what? As soon as DDAT showed up, they had to shut the party down. Nah, that's crazy, fam. So they'll probably make an announcement. I'm curious. I don't know. Do we just like leave it and say, hey, we can enjoy the soundtrack? The orchestra? Phenomenal. We'll turn the music up just a little bit. You know what I mean? Yo, Type 2, I don't know if you're in the stream, but that's what I call tough. Same. I guess the servers came down from that. I just saw your post. Hell yeah, do that. See you in TTK. Damn already. Yeah, I mean, listen. For anybody that's been in the space for a while, it's Web3 things. You know what I mean? Jellybean. Now, if anybody's wanting to open anything up on the side window while you're here and nothing's actually happening, we do go live every day to cover Web3 news. I call it X feed. Sounds like a an odd sight when you say that out loud like that, but trust me, it's just about the news feed on X. What a dumb name to call a social media platform. Goodness gracious. Anyway, Web3 news every day, Monday through Friday. We want to have that up open on a second window while we're here waiting to see if the servers come back. Would appreciate it. We did talk about Futureverse, and potentially for good reason, or potentially terrible reason if the server's down and it's going to be down all day and oh my goodness gracious. But we're vibing. You know what I mean? Okay, so just posted in the Futureverse Discord. Bug report, server down. TTK server's gone down. Working on the server fix. Restarting now. We apologize for the inconvenience. Okay, nice. Yes, Crypto Hammer just saw that. Good timing, good timing. So how's everybody's day? I guess like the question is, do we just like restart it and it works immediately? Stuck and can't download the launcher, so try not to watch stream or listen to Down the Rabbit Hole. I mean, yeah, nothing's going on. You're good. The server just went down. There's not a whole lot. Yo, Cuffed, what's up? What's up? Yeah, so, I mean, Blocks, I don't know if you saw a second ago, you tried to delete and relaunch, but no go. Damn, sorry to hear. But it feels from the initial login that, like, the Kingdom Coin component is going to play, like, a rather big deal, at least within, like, the first little bit. Because it is, like, you build the stone, and then you have to wait 4 hours. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. You know what I mean? I don't know about that one. Yo, send root? Yeah, NBA.root, send root. My man D-At in the Dunes crew, bro. Sure. Okay, so has anybody tried to... I mean, I don't want to click out of this because we have the soundtrack. You know what I mean? Ethically sourced soundtrack. That orchestra. That, Budapest Orchestra? Yeah, yo, if I pick that off the back of my brain, jeez, on fire. Oh, and also for anybody that hasn't seen, we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but the Neo Tokyo space with open tomorrow. Yo, Snazzy coming through with the gifted sub to McLovin. Yo, that's crazy. I just realized I don't have notifications on this page. That's egregious. That's actually horrible. How do I find this alert box? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. All right, can I test one? I'm gonna test a follow here. Oh, nice, it worked. Okay, hell yeah. Refund. Let me read. Hold on, let me redo it. Let me redo this. I can fake it. We're fine. We're fine. Oh, I can't get this to be quiet. Yo, Kevin through on it.
This is a subscription tag.
Yo, Snaz coming through on a crazy tier 1 banger. Thank you so much. The balloons to the Snaz. Unbelievable. Kevin. Anybody seen Home Alone in a while? The install took a hot second, almost 10 mins. Yo, Tommy. Okay, noted. Yeah, so this is Tommy, you're reminding me of the early days of NBA Top Shot. So for anybody that wasn't there, there was a queue of everybody waiting in line to find out if we were going to hit some insane packs. You know what I mean? The pack rip glory day. And everything just broke. There were queues of thousands of people. If you've ever seen individuals wait outside of a store to launch like a midnight video games release, and you're like, wow, I like your dedication, but I, under absolutely zero circumstances, would never do what you are doing right now, right? It's kind of like that. But if you're forced in that situation, you resort to yourself, which is just complaining, and you guessed it, complaining. So welcome to the chat. While this is down, let's complain, panic, also strategize in between. Listen, we're not looking for negativity necessarily, but I want to play TTK. Yo, we're back? Okay. If we're back, we're back. We're going back to the starting soon. Thanks, your Kingdom coins will appear shortly. That hasn't happened yet, just an FYI, but that's okay. We're going to restart. Yeah, a little bit of plug on the socials there. And so when you log in, it'll reconnect you to your Future Pass. Logging into your Future Pass, it's got a loading screen. It's not as exciting when we don't have the music in the back. Oh, and we're back. Very nice. Or Dapper, rather. Whatever happened to Top Shot? Well, so on the stream today, we were going over how... okay, we got bulled again. We're going over in the stream today that the Top Shot Economist Twitter account, I don't know if you ever remember that, but during all the hype and the... I guess, like, when things were going poorly after the hype, people questioned every single decision. So they then went and hired an economist, or they had one previously, but then they gave them an X account. Well, Twitter at the time. And man, oh man, some of the posts from that are crazy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. JJ Kanaj. Of course. There is no such thing as a game launch without some server hiccups. True. Tommy, if you ever say we're back again when we're not back, we're gonna have trust issues. You know, the first one's a freebie. Second, we're going down a bad path. Okay, Fluf World just tweeted, please try closing and reopening the Futureverse launcher. Okay. All right, be sure to check out the socials, triple double banger. Thank you for coming on. If you guys are enjoying the stream, hit the like button. Hoping to play the Third Kingdom again. New strategy simulation game coming out of Futureverse. Partnered, well, at least highlighting some other collections amongst that. We got the Cool Cats YouTube series that's coming up very shortly as well. Watch the trailer today. If we hit play, are we in? Ooh. How long is the install? 5 to 10 minutes, depending on your internet. I wonder if NFTs will ever come back. JJ Kanaj, you might be looking at the revival right here, right now. If we're being incredibly optimistic, which, I mean, listen, dependent on the individual. No worky for me. G, honey, just want to take your fist, smash it on the table, and just yell. You know what I mean? Yes. It'll work eventually. Eventually. I think. I hope. Like 10 years from now is some weird internet relic. No, because I think there's a lot more to it. And I've been doing like a podcast about real world assets, and you'd be surprised about how people are trying to take things from the traditional world, have them on blockchain rails where you see the difference, you see the opportunity to make systems actually more efficient. Not in everything, but in some things. Also, did my portal pay not work when it took the root? Because I don't even understand how that works. Because I don't even think I have root in the wallet that it said that I completed the transaction in. Like, it's just in my Future Pass, but it said completed. And we still don't see anything. Where is the Kingdom coin? NFTs never left. It's just they failed to keep people engaged further than crypto pumpkins. Very, very true. And I think there's a difference, right? Like, I mean, not to use the Pokemon reference, but I mean, I bought some cards. They were like super cheap not that long ago. And I like don't even touch them. But I spent like a bag on them, and if I want to get out of Pokemon, I could just sell that stuff and be like, eh. But a lot of the NFTs, to the point that DDAT just said, they haven't been around long enough, right? The expectations of certain things, when you see the shows and people caring, right? The common interest, I think, is what we lost the most. Nobody has common interests anymore. But they do. When you think about it, certain sports teams more specifically, movies, shows, playing a game, how many of you guys come and check out the daily live stream, right? Probably not a crazy amount. But you're here now while we're playing a game because we have a common interest that we both want to pop off in TTK. And we're down. And we're down. And we're down. Yo, Tommy, all right, we're back. Listen, you said we're down. I say we're down. Same page. Hell yeah. NFTs can be used in everything down to real estate deeds. 100%. 100%. Yo, Juicy Juice, what's going on? The one and only. NFTs aren't popping off because groups of people are investing in, the groups of people are investing in are idiots and don't know how to run a profitable business. Also true. I mean, there's a couple of them that know what they're doing. Listen. We got to say there's a couple, but like, you're not wrong. Yo, corn on the cob. Dude, did you know that apparently the reason why we can't digest corn correctly is there's like a skin on the corn. But if you like take a corn on the cob and you take off a couple of the corn pieces, right? And then you take like a knife and you like just try to like cut it a little bit, you'll see there's like a skin. And if you take off that skin, then you can digest the corn. Unbelievable. I'll do this all night. I don't care. We're all gonna wait here together. Hell yeah. Is that something you're not interested in? VV Zombie 4, what are you pertaining to, like the chat, or what do you mean? But thank you for stopping on through. Okay, so for anybody that's got notifications on for everything on Futureverse, I like how we have literally every account right now putting out their own verbiage for TTK's live. Guys, we follow all the same stuff. Come on now. Come on now. We could have played League, but instead you're playing an NFT game with broken servers. Listen, as long as you don't get to bed early, we'll still play League later with the boys. The clip from Mark today is still going to go down in history. So why don't they sell corn peeled then? That's a phenomenal question. If you can figure out why, you would be rich. But I think this is because like they don't charge a lot for corn. And then like going through that effort, I don't know if there's like an efficient way to peel the skin off a corn gibbet. Sounds like the Croc's foot gibbets. I don't know what you call it. I installed the Phoebe launcher, all the games reinstalled, but TTK is still stuck on installing. Well, one, I think we've broken everything that they have. And two, it seems like it's a wide problem affecting everybody. So it's not just you. Listen, all that matters is it's not a you problem. It's an us problem. You know what I mean? True. Never buying corn again. Okay, I'm trying to do the chat box. I'm not sure if this is going to show up, but I realized I didn't have that activated. I think Snazzy just used ChatGPT to hit us with some facts. But if somebody wants to say something in the chat, we'll see if that worked, and you can be seen on screen now. And if not, it's what I call tough. Here we go. Snazzy, the outer casing of a corn kernel, known as the pericarp, isn't typically removed because it's part of the natural structure of the kernel and helps protect the nutrient-rich inner parts. While the Paracarp is mostly indigestible because it's made of cellulose. Removing it would be an extra processing step that complicates things. Well, am I ever going to remember the word paracarp again? Probably not. But I appreciate you stimulating my mind with facts. Did you chat GPT that? That's the question, though, because if you chat GPT that, I don't know if we give it an F. Oh, actually, I mean, it'd probably be worse if you just, like, Googled it and then ripped it right off there. 100% hell yeah. Hell yeah. But the question is, do you use Grok now or chat GPT? If you use Grok ever, and I try it for, like, some of the YouTube thumbnails, I'm like, I don't really know what exactly to put. So I'll, like, type in a prompt to try to give some thoughts to my mind. And I typed in, like, a happy upbeat feeling, and it was just some random person that was smiling. But it was, like, super high fidelity. It was kind of weird. Grok scares you? Yeah, the images are a little weird. I feel like they're more realistic, but strange. It protects the nutrients too well. T-Doge, listen, nature doing nature. You know what I'm saying? Peter Jan, sounds like a theory the overlords want us to believe, not buying. So I had a theory, and it might be worth it for any of you that didn't get to play Yuga Labs' heavy metal game from Bored Apes. That game was a social strategy game similarly, where the idea was you had to build this forge, and it was essentially you have your heavy metal character, which just looked like a transformer, kind of. And you would build a step. And it would take X amount of hours, and then you continue to do so. And then it would allow you more energy, and I don't even remember the proper terminologies for everything. But you would have to have your heavy metal clean certain things. You would have to have them, like, go explore. You would have them go earn these different components. You'd have social votes each single day. And it was a very, very passive experience after the first, maybe, I don't know, day. Because there was people that were grinding this. There was, like, literal player farms that started up. People got together. DAOs were wanting to buy things. You're in. Portal Pay is also working now. Ooh, okay. We'll give it another go. We'll give it another go. We'll give it another go. And so the question, I guess, with the Kingdom Coin and people spending root, do we see an immediate influx? Okay, so welcome on into the Third Kingdom. If you guys are joining us a little bit later, over here is our lighthouse. We've added 6 Surrealscapes. We've got a little bit of a production bonus from our Surrealscapes at 11%. We haven't deployed any prisms yet. But with that said, this is what you build initially. One of the quarries. We're going to go back and try to do the portal pay to see if we can get this to do anything faster. Because I'm guessing that first transaction just didn't work. We'll find out again. It's like $2, so not the end of the world. Just bear me 1 second. And you're now out. Ah, that's tough. See, watch this be broken for everyone. So I'm getting like a wallet connection error. And the portal page said that it went through. But we down again. Ah, it's tough. This is good, right? This is good. The demand is so high, we've broken everything. Try it again. So just to check, are there people that are in plane right now? Or is everybody having issues? G-Money, you can't install the game. Is everyone putting up Storm Core to start with? Yeah, so Miss Ooze, you're forced to. That's the first that everyone is, because nobody has any resources. And then further to that, you won't have any resources or production for like 4 hours. So unless you buy Kingdom Coin, unless the initial launch here, there's something that was wrong, you're kind of stuck with waiting for 4 hours after you place that initial one. So it's a very, very passive game. Yeah, that's tough. You are welcome. Appreciate you hanging out and everybody else for this. So if one joins the game weeks from now, they can never catch up unless they pay. I would assume that's kind of how it works, but not necessarily that that's a bad thing. Because the games, you know, games do that. But you kind of change. I mean, for old school RuneScape, I remember, I think I paid so I could have enough, like, gold coins to get 99 per era. Because if I was going to spend, I'd probably have to spend, I want to say, like 15 to 20 hours. Like, that's several weeks of gaming, more than like 4 to 5 hours a day. And if people like gaming, but they don't have the time for that, you have the trade-off. But yes, the music does sound amazing. Juice, we do love snazzy. True, true. So does anybody, I mean, I brought it up and nobody said anything. It's kind of crazy. Huh? Does anybody have any thoughts on Open and Neo Tokyo? I mean, that seems like a rather big partnership. Or am I just a fish? Yo, I'm going into the depths of Discord to find out. Juice, what do we need to know about game launches? What do we need to know? What's good signs? What's bad signs? What's the ETA we expect to fix? And if there's not a good time frame that we should be panicking. Servers being down is common. W. Except L for the people trying to play. They also might be getting DDoSed. I mean, listen, there's some haters out there, but I don't know if it's that insane. Well, I've heard for like T1 and League of Legends that they couldn't even like practice or have scrims because people were DDoSing their facility or something more specific. Kind of strange. Also, which... Wait, is today Tuesday or Thursday? Today is Tuesday, right? Yeah. So Thursday World starts, and it's like 8 a.m. games and like 10 a.m. So in the mornings, we're not doing anything for a month. We're watching League. So for anyone that's tuning in a little bit later, I'll turn down the volume just for a second to give a little bit of a recap. Thanks for stopping on in. So Third Kingdom is a strategy simulation game. Seems like it's going to be very, very simple. You start off, you build a quarry, you wait a little bit, you can buy some coins to speed things up. But we've only placed the quarry. It said that we had 4 hours for it to complete its production cycle. And we need resources to build the other structures unless we buy these kingdom coins. It is about 100 root, $2 for 30,000 kingdom coins. And that was under its most popular, which again for like $2 seems kind of minimal. So I don't know if that's just to incentivize everybody to start off using those coins really quickly, because later on it's not going to be as relevant. Not sure how first-time users are going to feel. You start off with a biome, and be sure that you pick the biome initially you want to have, because that's going to impact it visually. Then you can add and stack your surreal scapes for production boosts, etc. I think we're going to have to watch Tradeverse as well, the marketplace, because when you place those prisms, like I selected my shroom field right now. If that shroom field is listed on Tradeverse and it sells, what then happens to the origin island? Are those NFTs locked? Gonna have to be very careful as well for prisms. Once those are deployed, we know that those don't move. But are they going to be tradable on secondary? Because if they are, then people are going to have to look and make sure that they're buying the right ones on the metadata. And this kind of takes us back to early days when there was the Bored Ape claim. And then you had to manually go and check to make sure you weren't buying an ape, if you were buying at that time for the token yield of that drop, you weren't buying one for that. And you also have the flip side of it, right? Where people don't realize, hey, I can claim X amount, or it'll have this opportunity to yield out of it, and then they put it into an offer or something crazy. But yeah, we're just waiting. It seems that there's people that have problems with the install, obviously problems with the servers. We'll try to kick around for a little bit. Maybe we'll go for a while. I don't really have like a whole lot to say, but we're essentially just waiting and enjoying the music. But I'll be right back. I'm just going to step away for a second. Icy Amphibian, good question. So I just had a thought. Right? And for anyone just tuning in, again, we're waiting. If the servers are working for you, please let me know in the chat. But this might exactly be like heavy metal. And I know I just said that a second ago, but let me rephrase slightly. So every position that you made a move in heavy metal, it then became kind of like, I don't know if stats or alpha would be the correct term, but everybody was working with each other to figure out what was the most optimal. Obviously, nobody had seen or gets to see how the game actually fully progresses. Maybe a few team members on like the play test. But other than that, the community is pretty much at large trying to figure it out. And so we might have that same thing here where for those people who are grinding, they can give that breakdown, or the people who are spending more on the kingdom coins to be able to progress faster can give some insights. And that's, I guess, also where the question comes in that GJ Kanej was asking earlier about, is it pay to win? Because does it matter if you're just prestiging to get these things? Does it matter at all if it's done in a specific way for building out different buildings? I'm assuming there's a more efficient way than not every step of the way. And if so, who's going to document it? I also realized if you look up on YouTube, the Third Kingdom, I think NFT Bros got something. The Crypto Punk YouTube channel has something. I have like an upload of a short, something else. And then like maybe one or two other videos. But there is very, very little content at all right now around open, but more so the Third Kingdom. And I get the game just came out. But we'll see. Did DAOs jump in? Do they want to play it? Is the reward structure going to be incentivized enough? I'm going to install it and give it a go. My king. But other than that, hell yeah. Do. Yo, Crypto Kyle, I just saw your post. I don't know if you're watching live. Hell yeah. Root for Kingdom Coins. Is payment getting Burt? Robin, I don't know if you're watching here live. Thanks for the comment. I would assume they might have said this before, and I'm usually an expert on these things, so apologize for my mental lapse of forgetting. But I'm pretty sure there's like a feed-through loop that if you buy the Kingdom Coins with non-root, it'll like get converted in root. I mean, on root, it gets converted to XRP from other currency. Listen, there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. I'm going to have to probably answer these actually later. I was able to buy 30,000 coins and the server became unavailable. That was the same thing for me as well. So, but again, like I didn't have root unless I can see from like my future pass for my EOA. We'll see. We'll see. I think everything's just kind of kiboshed right now. to be perfectly clear. But T-Doge, I'm glad that your install is complete. Are you able to actually get in, or are you having the same server failing once you are in? Ah, 24K. What's going on? Coming in with a raid party of 8. Holy smokes. Guys, we're here a little bit live at TTK, and we're getting raided. Man, Twitch is great. Hope you're doing good. Thank you very much. Yo, Juice, you got to install and figure out the alpha of how to get this thing cooking. Because the broken servers, listen, this is the sign of a good game, right? Right? Yo, appreciate you. Thank you so much. Absolute legend. That is actually a funny point now that we bring it up. For the people who are kind of like crypto friendly on these other social media apps that we have the narrative of, oh yeah, you know, gamers, people like this, they don't like crypto. Yo, the wave is coming. The wave is coming. Yo, hey you, I just gave you a follow. Thank you. Yo, I need to learn a little bit more about Sandbox. Yo, this is perfect. Thank you again for stopping on through. Yo, DRL. Yo, Dr. Luigi. It's crazy. Good day. Just finished my install too. Gotta get .root. Hell yeah. Yo, Peter Jan, you just got in. Okay, people are seemingly just getting in. This is nice. Welcome, welcome, welcome inside the apartment, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your new home. I have an old MacBook with an Intel chip, and it works. Perfection. Perfection. Okay, so we're in 2, but that I'm going to try. I don't know how this is going to. How should I best do this? Let me just zoom in on the island for you. Am I crazy? Or if you look on... oh, hold on. Hold on, I think I'm a fish. I probably just have to send it and then we're good. I'm trying to see if, just again, sending it from the future past to the EOA is going to get the portal pay to work, or if it's just a problem for everyone. If that'll bridge it, might be... taking a moment. And we're down. Yeah, because when I try to connect through on Portal Pay, I'm still able to do so. It feels like it doesn't want to connect initially. You do have to be connected to the root network when you're in the Portal Pay section. There's all... Nah. Yeah, the Portal Pay thing just does not want to connect for me. Oh, hold on. As soon as I say that, it takes a hot minute. Like, it really does. And then it re-kicks you back to the original window. I have no idea if this went through, but I just tried. I was building a quarry, but then it logged me out. Well, if it makes you feel any better, as long as you built that quarry, we can maybe make the assumption that we are running our production empires, even when we aren't there. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Okay, so the Portal Pay thing said it was successful again, which, I mean, I don't know how much we put any faith into that. But we'll, I guess, restart here and try again. Very interesting that it just doesn't like us. True. Pesky UFOs. That'd be accurate. All right, let's just click on the how to play for a second. So explore your island. You'll see the different components. Build extractors. Your goal in this episode is to generate energy for episode 2. Start by constructing a quarry to harvest stone. Use stone to build extractors for each type of resource. So it looks like you go from quarry to ore mine to gem mine to ooze pump to gold mine. So gold's going to be the top. We do have a gold backpack thingy. See if that plays a big role. We hope. Harvest resources. When an extractor is harvested enough, an indicator will appear over it Click on it to collect the resources. The indicator will flash orange when the extractor is full. For upgrading the extractors, upgrade your extractors to increase the rate at which they extract resources or how much they can hold before they reach capacity. You can upgrade both up to 5 times. And then your ultimate goal, prestige. When you've gathered enough resources, select your lighthouse to prestige. Leveling up your island boosts your extraction rate, generates energy for episode 2, and reset your buildings and materials. Then you'll deploy your prisms in Surrealscapes, which is just like the land for anybody that's not familiar. Deploy prisms and stack Surrealscapes on your island to supercharge your resource production and increase the energy you gain each time you prestige. You'll need at least 1 prism to start generating energy. So I guess the idea is that we just like throw out the prism to start earning that energy. And you'll need at least 1 to gain that energy. And so the goal then, again, to pertain that you're wanting to prestige, but you get energy each time you prestige. Prisms help set that up decently. So this is boding well for people that are holding a ton of prisms. And then Kingdom Coins, for those of you holding a root. Accelerate your progress with Kingdom Coins. They allow you to reroll prism production boosts and build or upgrade extractors without waiting to harvest resources first. Damn. Juice, teach me tips for Shaco. How do you operate the clone? Dude, I've tried playing it in ARAM. I have no idea how you're that proficient with that champ. Unreal. Where else am I streaming on? It's on X and YouTube. On YouTube, the name's _Schiller. I thought I changed it to Schillerverse, but I typed in youtube.com/Schillerverse and it took me to like a 404 page, so apparently not. Okay, so we just got a tweet from Mark as well, and he was talking about the Prism thing, so we do have some clarification. No, I changed it to Schillerverse, but like if you type in youtube.com/, it doesn't work. It's weird. But it does for like the _Schiller. Weird. Okay, the tweet from Mark. Reminder, buying well, actually, hold on a minute. I should just bring this up. I can literally just show you guys. Imagine being in 2024 and not showing visuals when you have visuals. Unfortunately, the devilishly handsome good looks I have, those aren't visuals we're looking for tonight, you know what I mean? But we got Mark for that. Yo, Crypto Kyle, what's going on? Error City, eh, boss? Okay, so from Mark, reminder, buying prisms for the Third Kingdom. If you're looking to purchase prisms on Tradeverse for the Third Kingdom game, here's something to keep in mind. When a prism has been deployed in-game, and again, the prisms help you garner that energy on prestiging, it will show you as deployed. On Tradeverse, a prism that has been deployed can no longer be used in the game, so please double check the status before making a purchase to avoid any surprises. Now, I guess there's no way for them to like prevent that, but I also would think like it's kind of like, as long as everybody knows that, right? And it's not like awkward, we're vibing. But I don't know how like mainstream that is. And if there's people that are able to use fiat to purchase Surrealscapes, if they incorporate that kind of like, I don't know, like mainstream perspective, I'm assuming that at that point, if it was directly through the TTK app that was like connected to Mark, they can make sure the metadata wasn't the ones that are used. But yeah, Tito's, as Kyle said, we're still down in the dumps. A little bit of a Eeyore. When was the last time you guys watched Winnie the Pooh? As a kid, I remember the Tigger movie, and that was about it. Trying to remember all the characters' names. I remember Eeyore, Winnie the Pooh, Piglet. It's one of those, right? 25. Yeah, I know, right? And I realized the other day, you know how like Aristocats was made like in the 70s or something? Hold on, let me look that up. It's wild looking back and thinking of these things. Yeah, 1970 Aristocats. Yo, Rue? Yo, that's amazing you remember that. Yeah, December 24th, 1970. Wow, day before Christmas in the USA. The Aristocats was inspired by the true story of a Parisian family of cats circa 1910 that inherited a fabulous fortune. What? This was the last animated feature. Oh, sorry. This was the last animated feature to be approved by Walt Disney and the studio's first animated feature to be entirely completed after his death. Yo, well, I'm loving the Pooh recap. It's up for you? Okay. Listen, we'll try again. Just got to terms and conditions. Okay, so T-Doge is in. Crypto Kyle, are you rocking and rolling? Hit that refresh. Maybe redo the launcher. I maybe should restart the launcher too. But hell yeah. Okay, does the Kingdom Coins... Hey, the Kingdom Coin showed up this time. Okay, so... Again, SOS, make sure that root is not just in your feature pass. You copy and paste your EOA, just your normal wallet, and send over root if you are using Kingdom Coins. If. Okay, so we can build an ore mine. We're building. We can build a gem mine. We're building. We can build an ooze pump. Construction limit of 2 jobs reached. Okay. So you can only have 2 things rocking and rolling. These are going to take 2 minutes a pop. Yo, people are going to be addicted to this. Oh my goodness. Got a prism down and building a quarry, so things are getting pretty pretty serious. Wicked. Okay. I mean, do we just... I mean, am I just placing, like, everything that I have and just, like, hoping? I mean, I guess so. Right? There's 30... Am I gonna reject this? Regret this? What in the Minecraft is this? Yo, Jeremy! Yo, if you guys are here on Twitch... and you enjoy Parallel, which we've been highlighting a lot on the Daily X feed streams. They're popping off. Yo, Jeremy's the streamer for you. So be sure to check him out. No cam. I just want to capture the game as a whole. You know, we only get to live it once. You know what I'm saying? I just picked the highest bonus for mine. Okay, cool. I mean, I don't know. Am I going to massively regret this? There's 9 that are incompatible. That's tough. The server's gone. Yo, it's so tempting just to send it. You know what I mean? You know that meme where it's send it and the guy's on that, like, little golf cart flying down the street? Hell yeah. But yeah, so this is the Third Kingdom game. It's a strategy simulation game. It's by Futureverse and Fluf World. I'm not sure if you played any of the Illuvium games. Apparently, this is like the Illuvium game that is also like a city builder. Are you silly? I'm still gonna send it. Okay, so we're gonna have 2 buildings that are good, up and running. Truest. And we still have 29,999 Kingdom Coins. So we did ore, gem. This one will do the ooze. The also awkward part about this is now that I'm thinking, is this dumb that I made these specific resources? Or should I have gone all in on something else? 2 constructions. Okay, my bad. I'm probably going to get kicked here shortly. You might need to reset your launcher. I'm not sure if you just got the install. Ah, no, listen, I'm joining you on the sidelines, my friends. Jeez. Imagine if you had like high blood pressure and you're just tilted coming off saying, I'm excited to play TTK, getting this, and you just put your foot through the computer. Oh, I don't know if we could have even checked previously, but I wonder if it is still like producing as the servers are down. When I say that out loud, it makes me think no. But it could be. What else can you build after the quarry? So there was an ooze pump, there was a gold mine, there was the stone quarry. I'm missing one. Oh, the gem mine, I believe. Yo, for everybody that's watching on X, I'm liking your comments. Incredible. Robin, I don't know if you're here, but if you still have questions about things, hell yeah. The other thing that's kind of funny, though, is like on X, and Kyle, I'm assuming you figured out where like the live chat was. I saw you commenting before, but I think X doesn't really make it that clear where you need to go to like converse with the crowd. You know what I mean? A little bit of community initiative. So what's the highest bonus? I mean, it looked like on some of the prisms, they gave some crazy ones, to be honest. But like for the surrealscapes, it matters more. Like it seemed that per surrealscape, you got like a plus 1% bonus or plus 2% bonus, depending on, is it a 2x2, 3x3, so plus 3%, 4x4, plus 4%, I think is how that went. You got a 98% on a prism. Yeah. The prisms seem like they're juiced. Just wondering if I should reroll on a 7%, probably. So, sorry, I just burped in the mic and I didn't say excuse me. Do we... Oh, I just had a thought and I totally lost it. Oh, Tradeverse. So I'm curious on Tradeverse if... I am mucking up everything here. If we can see what's going on within the market. You know what I mean? Are people caring? Are people not caring? And I don't mean like the name Karen, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, I'm sorry, chat looks super messed up in this window. So the Third Kingdom prisms, basically the same price. Nothing too crazy about that. For the land, again, it's been going up a little bit over the past few days, but I don't think the price has gone crazy by any means. Obviously, because the game's down. 8 minutes, we've got a couple different buys coming through from one individual 13 minutes ago. Again, the prisms, one of them going for $74. 53. If we go to like the lowest ask right now, it's about $35. There has been a premium that's been put on certain Fluf World land. I don't know if that's the assumption that those ones are just going to be used more, which is very fair because for people that aren't aware, we've had Cool Cats, Doodles, Dead Fellas, Pudgy Penguins, and they've gotten different land parcels. But it was kind of random, and I don't think it's been advertised too amazingly, so there's going to be a fair amount of people that's going to wake up to a surprise one day when they check out their account, if they make a feature pass, because that was the other component. It's not like it just shows up on your ETH wallet. You had to make a feature pass to be able to see it. So again, nothing too crazy on the prisms. We'll go check over on the land if anybody's been a big spender on that front. Try to zoom in here for you. We've got a couple listings go. So this is a big question that I have. Yo, Long the Revolution, what's going on? Is now that we're having different players, are people that were previously like, oh, there's no liquidity, there's no one that are going to be buyers, even though there was, just depending on the price. Do people jump at the opportunity? Do people say, oh crap, I should be buying more? Somebody made an offer of 0 root. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Game time? Well, listen, I think you have a little bit of time as these servers continue to go down, but we're here. Loving every minute of it. Sorry, been out of the loop. Can we start mining? So it seems like it's a very slow game off the rip here. Unless you buy some of the kingdom coins, which aren't expensive. It's like $2 worth of root. But the servers keep going down every time we start pretty much anything. So we can kind of start mining. But also... yeah, nah. You know what I mean? But what seems pretty noticeable, at least on the initial play, is that I think episode 2 is going to kind of really shake everything up, because what we've seen so far is really just the prisms and surrealscapes. None of the other assets have been introduced. Yo, Belly, what's going on? Did you know that's the name of the mascot of the hockey team near me? Unreal. Unreal. But I'm glad that you were able to deploy the prism before it went down. We are going to recheck here as T-Doge says they are in. So, ladies and gentlemen, please refresh your pages. We are trying to re-enter the Third Kingdom, Episode 1, Cataclysm. Okay, so we got to move quickly. Listen, we have the extractors, we have the mines going up. We can increase production with materials or use tool. Again, the production rates aren't too crazy. When we're clicking this, we need a prestige. So how exactly do we prestige? So we need 11,100 of each of the resources. And we just got the notification of our 30,000 coins purchased. Yo, listen, things are flying. Yo, things are flying. Okay, we're going to build another one. We're just going to double up everywhere, I think. Okay, that just takes a minute. Don't overclick, shill. Understood, understood, understood. You can only build 2 at a time. You can zoom in, right-click to move around. Feeling a little bit frisky-bisky. All right, long revolution. Hiccups are expected, I guess, but maybe that is demand on bandwidth. Yeah, no, it's a good thing. I mean, I think any game we've seen has some problemos for it. Oh, holy smokes. Okay, so it looks like I purchased... Wait a second. So yeah, so the portal pay went through twice. I don't really have an issue with it because it was, again, like $2. But just realize there is some hiccups. Maybe it's totally fixed right now, but I think I did like 5 transactions of trying to get the kingdom coins, and 2 of them went through. So just be super careful, and never mind. Just forget everything. It doesn't matter. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. Ain't no passing craze. They don't want my money, yo. They don't want mine either. It's Canadian. It's no good. You know what I mean? Was that countryist? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, be right back. So anybody just joining late and trying to do these random checkups here and there, pretty simplistic game. Anybody can start off. Make sure you are specific with what biome you want initially. I think it's just a visual component, and then all of your surrealscapes stack on top of it. Prisms look like they're going to be rather large boosters for everything. Hey, listen, none of us have any idea. Well, few of us have an inclination of what we're going to do. But do we actually know if that's the alpha, the strategy, the 411? No idea. Close the game and reopen. It's working now. Okay, okay. I just been checking the chat to see whenever somebody says that we're off for liftoff. But Tybo, good to see you. Fire Battery, oh, what's going on? I'm not sure why Phoebe doesn't let their community test their games before sending them live. I've been in multiple communities where they do this. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I think even still, we've seen games that have done that, where there have been hiccups on like the launch day. So we'll see. I mean, it's been out for what, like an hour? Hour and a half, as long as it's not too terrible. But it is approaching. Wow, I mean, it's 8:33 where I am, so depending on when people go to bed, we'll see. But we're back. Nice call there, Mr. Tybo. And why in the world didn't anybody else say anything when we were sitting here waiting? Oh my goodness. Captain says more servers needed. Okay, Kyle, you're back. Great. Love to hear it. So I guess for these productions, if we're just gonna, I mean, like, do we just keep clicking upgrade? Okay, we have to, son of a gun. We have to wait for these other things to finish, so we have to decide, do we want to spend our time building new structures or upgrading structures? Mine are stuck on building like yours. Oh, that's a good point. Very good call. So it's complete, but we got a bug. And we're out. Bugs Bunny for sure. What does stacking surrealscapes mean? So each surrealscape looks like it gives you an overall production boost. And from what I've seen, it's based off of if it's a 2x2 or 3x3 or whatever. But it's that number as a times bonus. So if it's like a 1x1, it's 1+% or 2x2 plus 2%. And so it's just like an overall boost, and you can just stack them all on the one. I don't think there's a reason not to stack unless you're anticipating you want to sell, I think. Which feel free if anybody's in the chat, if you want to correct me, if you think I'm wrong. Or you know I'm wrong. Listen, that's better. If you know I'm wrong, that's when I need you to speak up. You know what I mean? FYI, Featureverse team, the payment gateway was pop-up blocked for me at first. Don't know if it's worth mentioning. Oh, yes. So that's a very good point. When you're on Portal Pay, I think it will let you take root from either your Future Pass or the EOA wallet. Based off of the time that I got the coins, I can't tell, because I only did it once after we did the EOA address. Unless the multiple confirmations was that. But it's broken, so it's like, I had to be on the root network and use root. Yes. So it does have to be on root, but I'm not sure if it can read like your Future Pass only or if it's got to be in the EOA as well. But I mean, either way, 100 root over shouldn't be too much trouble for those that got it. Curious if we should deploy any military prisms right now. I mean, so it's a great question, and it seems like for Season 1, really the goal is just to prestige as much as possible. So without sounding, well, with sounding kind of out there, I mean, I would just send it, to be honest. You know, listen, you only live once, full sender, brother. Sheesh. Route pulled from Future Past, not EOA for me. Okay, amazing. Thank you for that update. 1255. Wait, did I say 1255? I meant 1250. Yeah, I just added a 5 to the end. Like me think of Gary V holding that 5. It says military boosts all other prisms, I think. Nice. So are we getting like a prism military boost on the price of military prisms? True! You know what's scary to think about now that we know that we're trying to go for this energy on prestiging? Is misspending your energy. I mean, they're going to gamify everything, right? So once you have that energy, episode 2 opens up. How do you make sure you don't look like a fish? Everybody's watching you. Imagine all eyes are on you and you flop like a fish in the spotlight. Unacceptable. In the traditional world, you'd get fired. In Web3, they say, nah, give it another go. Okay, so if you've been sitting back waiting, I want you to enter the chat room and whatever it is, whether it's on X, YouTube, or Twitch. I got a question, and I need everybody to answer, because I got to settle this once and for all. So you're on a bus, and you're the only person that's nice enough to give up their seat to one of the 3 passengers that's jumping on board. You have a frail, older individual. You have somebody with a broken leg. And someone who's pregnant. Which of those 3 do you give your seat up to? The frail old person, the one with the broken leg and pain, or the pregnant lady? All right, what do we got for responses? And gotta get root. Yo, talk to me about the validator. Are all of you supposed to be shilling us? Like on a daily? Like where's our reward cycle for nominating? You know what I mean? Rewards program for each validator. Give me the lowdown. Okay, Miss Suze, I'd ask the older person if they didn't want to be picked. Okay. Crypto Kyle, how broken is that leg? But probably the older person. Okay, so we're 2 for 2 on the older person. 3 for 3. Jamo says frail old person. Gotta get Root says old person too. Belly. Wow. Wow. They will be the one that smashes into the others with the bus stop. Their leg is broken. True. You gotta pay to get the servers back up. Listen. We have paid. Listen, for anybody in the Futureverse community, and you saying that, we're sitting there nodding our head. We have paid. If it's really broken, call an ambulance, okay? That's interesting. So, of people that I've asked that in person to, it's been literally 50-50 between the pregnant lady and the old person. But there's always like a, well, you know, I got a soft spot for old people in the conversation. So very interesting. I don't think there's necessarily a wrong answer to it. However, I do have to question those individuals that just say, and I've had a few responses that are like, I wouldn't get up. Or I'd get up and just leave and let them figure it out. Okay, dude. Yo, Captain Archimedes just said team is on it. So yeah, we'll see. Yo, am I crazy? Yo, you guys got to be super honest with me. Does Futureverse delete a lot of tweets, or am I crazy? Like, I got notifications on, and I'm talking like each tweet gets sent out like 3 to 4 times, and I can't tell if it's edits or what in the halibut's going on. And then the best part is that I have notifications on for everything. So like one account shares something and then all the other ones like quote it. So then you get about like 50 notifications about the same thing. So I feel like I really, really know an announcement goes out. Time is what matters, or tell them it's soon. I close my screen and then your stream is still going. Can't escape. Oh, of the music? Yeah, that's... So is there a way to like mute it? Okay, when I click the top, it doesn't look like that. Maybe when we go, I mean, we'll try to relaunch it, but I think that's something to note if you guys are watching the stream and you're wanting to avoid the double soundtrack, even though it is phenomenal. Up in the top here, we can change the resolution and change the sound volume. So again, just reset, go back. I'm blocked by all of their socials. I don't know if you can hear that, but I'm clapping. That takes talent. That takes talent. Okay, and the server's still down. Okay, but you know, for the visual appeal, we're gonna relaunch it because the home screen without clicking play, where it says the game's not accessible, you know, there we go. That's the nostalgia we go for. Think of the old RuneScape front page. Think of World of Warcraft on their original pages when you're loading. This is history. Yo, Belly, the Moo Dang thing is wild. Well, actually, Juice, on that topic, hold on a second. Let me go bring up the tweet. Okay, hold on. We're going to media. We're going to find it so that the tunes that you've all heard time and time and time again. Is it this? Yes, it's here. Yo, is there a way that we can just like loop this? There's got to be, guys. Why can't we just loop things on X? This would be so much better. Come on. Yo, are you back in the game? Yo, are you? Yo, what are you doing? Are you just relaxing? Yo, Billy Green. Jeez. Yo, that double speed is actually crazy. Oh, it's crazy. All right, let's go check. We're going to try it again. All right, who lied? Who lied? Who is the fish that lied? Unbelievable. Oh no. Do we have the buildings still stuck? We might be in, but it might still be busted. Holy smokes, everybody's saying they're in. So if you look in Futureverse Launcher, that might be it. Juicer, I don't know if anybody's got the, I don't know if I have links enabled in the chat or how the hell that works, to be honest. I haven't checked that stuff in a while, but I can try to find it. Yours aren't stuck? Joke, but mine work. All right, well, can we have a little bit of a fix, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. So if we try to build another... Nah, it's still saying it's bugged for me. Son of a gun. All right, I'll be right back. One sec. Actually, hold on, Juice. I need to see if we can get that launcher for you. Oh, wait. No, never mind. What am I talking about? You can just go off of, like, the tweet, Juicer. So it's like, enter the third kingdom. I'm just bringing up the page. It's on Fluf World here earlier. Yeah, just on the tweet. So if you go to @FluffWorld, not the... listen, I know you don't want to go to the Fluff. I understand. You have minus 5,000 root. No, you're good. Or you just type in enterthethirdkingdom.com. 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 All right. I'll be right back, and hopefully we'll be back. True. Yo, so Tybo, I know why they have it as enter the third kingdom, because whatever the third kingdom is, I guess somebody has built whatever this is. So it's enter the third kingdom, as a reminder. Yo, in Super Bowl, what's going on? Yo, what's going on, Brumacho? You see Sauce Gardner earlier saying, "Oh my goodness, Bruchacho, I shouldn't have sold my Bitcoin. I should have hodled." Imagine what's going to happen when celebrities enter the Web3 space that aren't looking to sell something, and they just have genuine interest. If you know, you know. So just looking at the Third Kingdom website here, seeing all the different surrealscapes, of course, the partners, Walker World, Deadfellas, Doodles, Fluf World, Party Bear, Seekers, Cool Cats, Pudgy Penguins, the Pudge. That's cool that they have YouTube videos that are like embedded in this. I didn't even realize that. But so this is what the Cool Cat looks like. The Cataclysm. This is the Doodle Surrealscape. And this is just going to be kind of what your world looks like, depending on what you pick. This is the Dunes. Well, sorry, not the Dunes. What is this called? I don't actually know. I don't even know, it's like a fish now. Desert? I think it's a desert of some sort. So just to check in the chat one more time, is everybody like, what's the status? Are people still having problems downloading the game, or are we simply just at servers are down, the servers are down, the servers are down? Tybo, yeah, issues getting in. Well, they made it impossible to find the game. Juice, you're not wrong. Definitely been certain feedback of marketing choices. But yeah, enter the Third Kingdom, or if you go to the Fluf World X account, it's their pinned post right now, which I can DM on Discord if you can't figure that out, but I trust you. You know how to play Shaco? You can figure out how to download a video game. Black Progress bars again for building. Yeah, we were able to get in a second ago for anybody that wasn't here, but it did not work efficiently. True. In and out ongoing. All right. Desert Dunes equal the biome. Yo, we who shay. Yo, these names are crazy. Phenomenal. Thank you. The Desert Dunes. I just went 1 in 11 in solo duo queue. Nah, that's disrespectful. Did you see Mark had 24 kills in a solo ranked game, and his volley bear died 21 times, and he lost? The one time Mark performs. Wait, actually, I don't even know, Hunar, have you played with Mark yet? He's an absolute hoot and holler. Give me 45 minutes and I'll let you know. All right, I'll hold you to it. You can't play, no Linux support? That's tough. So it's been about 2 hours of us actually doing nothing, to be honest. Like, we've actually done nothing for 2 hours, and I'm not even mad about it. Music's banging, to be honest. Hey, would you look at that? You type in the Third Kingdom right now, and we're killing it. And look at this. So this is some cool insights right here for you guys. Only here live. And also, please be sure to subscribe, hang out. We do daily live streams. You're amazing. But this is a tool called TubeBuddy. This music is way too loud. Give me 2 seconds. So you can see here the search volume right now for the Third Kingdom. They're saying is excellent. So a lot of people are searching it. But the amount of people that are making it, the competition, except NFT, bro. What's going on, brother? It's pretty poor. So, I mean, I guess they're saying that overall the section's kind of eh. But, I mean, search volume high. People making videos pretty low. Hey, but we out here. True. Okay, so here's one of the shorts that I had way back in the day. Prepare to enter the Third Kingdom, an upcoming strategy simulation game powered by Futureverse in partnership with Walker World. The Third Kingdom invites you to lay claim to an evolving digital realm and the... Whoa. So that looks complete... Whoa. So this was a leak from the Walker World Twitter account. And when I say leak, I don't mean like they were trying to say, hey, this is alpha, but this was one of the early renditions of it. So it looks like the building in the back, they decided to take out. They've enhanced what what it looks like for this extractor. I don't know which one it is. Apologies. But interesting that it has changed visually. Abundant rewards to follow. There is up to 312,500,000 root in total waiting to be unlocked in the first season of the Third Kingdom alone, with its discovery at the hands of players. Now, before I continue reading, it's going to be interesting to see how long the first season is. If this is going to be a month, is this going to be something that's more? You'll begin with a plot of land known as Surreal Scapes and use prisms, land harvesting devices, to develop your land, manage valuable resources like mycelium, refine materials, discover new islands, and create a production empire. Not bad. All right, well, we're still waiting for the game to come back up. Let's go check out Tradeverse. Do we have anything exciting? 22 minutes ago, Robin.root is buying assets from themselves, or is that a glitch? Either way, $138 land sale, $138 land sale. We listen, we're mooning it, yo, Jeremy says. That's crazy. But for the land itself, again, we highlighted a little bit earlier, but about $140. And then it does climb pretty quickly. It doesn't seem like there's an insane amount of listings. If there are people that are checking out wanting to play this, again, the Prism's about $35 right now. And again, scrolling on through here, it does look like there is a lot more prisms listed than there is land. Obviously, there's a significant amount of both, but more prisms, but very intriguing. Back to your regularly scheduled Third Kingdom music. True. And just for anybody tuning in late, the game's totally busted, so we're kind of just waiting for the world to change. Yo, we remember the names of the Pooh characters. Yo, do you actually have a list? Can you sell multiple items yet at the same time? I haven't tried, so I don't know. I thought they've had like batch listings, or at least there was kind of a roundabout way that certain people figured out. And just a reminder for anybody that is tuning into the stream, if it's kind of annoying with the double soundtrack, if you restart your launcher, maybe just mute your Third Kingdom soundtrack. And we are keeping an eye, so if any of you are out there refreshing, feel free to mention in the chat when we're back up, and we will give it another go. This is what they call community. True. Who broke it? I mean, I don't know if there's necessarily like a who broke it type situation. But if I were to guess, maybe just the amount of players that are all jumping on at once. On TTK, do we know if your game has to be open to be producing or set and forget? I'm pretty sure it's set and forget. I remember for heavy metal, which might actually be, yo, Young Algae coming through on a primer for a total of 6 months. Yo, jeez. Man's coming on through. Thank you very much. The Bucks lost this weekend, didn't they? What the hell is going on? Week 1, 2, 3, everybody, well, actually, I guess 1 and 2, everybody's saying Baker Mayfield's the GOAT. We got Mike Evans popping off. And then we fall flat. Unbelievable. But thank you very much, sir. So I'm hoping that it's just set it and forget it. I don't, maybe we could, like, if we're wanting to kill time, I don't know if you guys care, but we could go back and see, yo, Wee Houche coming through on that primer as well. Jeez. You guys are unbelievable. Must be heavy Amazon users. You know what I mean? I bought a hydrogen water bottle the other day. Listen, feeling euphoric. But thank you very much, Wee Houche. I still love Baker. NFL is like that sometimes. Yo, it's crazy. Dude, why? I wish they zoomed in more on like the cameras, because like it's insane. If you don't see it in person, like those are giants, like actual giants combating in a ring almost. It's crazy. But so to go back to heavy metal, let me actually, while we're killing time, assuming you guys don't mind and you want to see something more than just this soundtrack playing over and over and over again, we can go back and see what I had to say regarding heavy metal, because the more we're seeing of this, it feels like exactly the same game. I just got done with this. So this is like a tips and tricks video for heavy metal. This is about 4 minutes. I don't know. Okay, actually, here's going to be a better one. So this was like the early game. What the? Guys, when I have like crazy hair or I look just strange, I used to be called Mr. Tumnus at certain points in my life. If you remember like the fawn from from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, apparently I look like Mr. Tumnus. I don't even know how to spell that, but we can look it up and look at a photo. But with that said, again, for Yuga Labs heavy metal game, it felt like it mattered. Every single thing that you did initially very much impacted everything else. And I'm curious if this is going to be the same way with TTK. So if you've never seen this game whatsoever, here's kind of a quick, I guess, rundown. And I have no idea what I say, but hopefully it's good. Hello. All right, so what we're going to do today is we are going to go over
What the hell was that opening?
how to start a heavy metal from scratch, the most efficient ways of doing it, yada, 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 yada. And one thing to note, if you are buying off the secondary, you get to keep whatever that individual was working on prior to. So the idea with this is that you're wanting to connect this original starting pad to this portal, and then that portal starts to give you energy. And so obviously you can kind of see right here, there's these little markers of energy that go up just from the heavy staying on it. So you want to start out and you want to just build. Yo, Captain KBD, what's up? We're just rewatching some of the early game strats for heavy metal and seeing if there's anything similarly to what we do for TTK when that pops up. But hope you and the team are having a good day, sir. 4 panels straight to this because that's the most efficient thing to do. I'm going to try to get these all of the same color. A lot of people might not realize that you can do that if you go back through. It'll take an extra couple of seconds, but it'll make it look a little bit nicer as you start out here. When this pops up, it just kind of gives you an extra way of getting in. So that was the thing. Like, you see me clicking right here. I don't know if you can hear it, but I literally just click, 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 because you need to get like their energy down, or it was like cleaning the tiles. Now that I remember it, they had robots that literally like crapped on the floor. I don't know where that idea came from, but somebody came up with it. So everybody got carpal tunnel syndrome from it. You tap it. A lot of people don't love it. I wish there was like a hold and click. Theoretically, you can hold it and it'll go down. So there, once you tap, tap, tap. So then once you get to 3, you'll realize that this says that you need 10 total portals to be able to level up. And what a lot of people do is they try to build around the portal. Do not build around the portal. You're going to get 3 of these free claims, so kind of just like read them, figure out what you want. So this is another component right here where there was just from playing the game and having a heavy metal, you got free claims every single day that made it where you didn't have to click a whole bunch to clean out the different tiles. Sometimes there was like bonuses for speed boosts, other components. And so the question then becomes for TTK, what does this look like for the different assets? We know that there's production boosts of sort, but is there any kind of extra, surprise and delights, as they like to say, that would kind of be similar to what this is? You do not want to build on the portal here because you're going to want to remove these tiles, and building around the portal, you get stuck because there's no other pathways. So, I mean, the TLDR, if I didn't explain this correctly, is that you have to connect this main base to this portal. And if you just did it with the least amount of connections possible, then you were able to level these ones up quicker, which in turn you would be able to essentially like prestige like TTK, but this obviously was for heavy metal. And so there was like a very definitive strat off the top, but because TTK we've had a little bit of issues, I don't think anybody's figured out what the optimal first go at it is for it to connect, so the game doesn't recognize that. So for the most optimal strategy currently is just build out to the side here, and it doesn't really matter. We're doing this to delete them, so I don't there's no reason for me to try to find out, oh, like, hey, we want matching tiles here. Just build whatever gives you time efficient. You're ready to rock and roll. You got to get back on the leaderboard. You want to be building stuff. We're already behind. Holy sweet goodness. Also, when you're getting to doing voting, you'll need this portal up. So if your friends are saying, hey, vote for me, I sound so unexciting, it hurts to watch. And you are able to bring your other heavies through that portal, and they give you extra energy per day, but you can only bring 1 heavy. Okay, yeah, never mind. What am I doing? This is listen. That's I just got that's brutal. Okay, so let's go back. Go check. Okay, stop playing. Let's go and see, because for the playlist, this is not working the way that I want. Towards the end, I remember that I was just like, okay, I am not having a great time with this. My role in the diminishing fun of Yuga Labs Heavy Metal Forge. So we were fudding here. What exactly were we fudding about?
What the f are you wearing?
Okay, oh, hold on. The beginning of this is absolute content.
What the f are you wearing?
I'm throwing in the towel. You get it?
It's been a week since Heavy Metal Forge has launched. I feel like I'm dying, and maybe people were right. Running multiple of these sucks. I think like at a point you're doing 2, 3, whatever. It's kind of passive on the side. This was the thing that really sucked with the game, is if you had multiple different ones, you had to have the role, like you had to have your tabs open. They didn't have it where it was automated at all. So every single heavy metal player that was really dedicated to this was potentially running up to 25 to 40 tabs, right? Like if you're a whale, you were literally running 40 different tabs of heavy metal games of your characters, where it was the same thing with TTK, where the servers were resetting and everything. The issue is when you wake up, if you happen to leave your computer running with these different characters, HVs, you just have to spend forever resetting things. So I have to almost reset every single portal. If I'm doing vote for vote mechanics, I gotta reach out to a bunch of people, try to get that going. This is all about competition, right? Like I think it's a different realm where, it's all like it's a game to an extent, but it feels more like a competition. Who can survive the longest? The creative aspect, to be honest, I kind of love it. Heavy Metal Forge is a game that starts as a mix between a pet game and a casual world builder, and it ends as a competitive dungeon crawler. So this was the thing that was super weird, is that Yuga had all these announcements that were highlighting about like the dungeon crawler being the huge component of it, and this was before we even knew that it was going to be sold to Faraway, and it's just weird looking back on how like most of this stuff has like kind of changed or been different, but obviously there was a lot of high hopes at the time.
Is relying on you to evolve into an EVO2 and earn up to 6 powerful upgrades for its EVO2.
And yeah, Fire Badger, it was
You'll do this by
it was a
building
brutal
a
sleep
workshop in your
schedule.
forge, which will generate the energy needed to explore the rift and keeping your HV happy. You'll be at the mercy of fellow degens voting daily on how your forge stacks up. After 3 weeks, the season's votes are tallied and your fate will be sealed. 6 seasons, 6 chances at upgrades. And here's an image of what the EVO2s look like.
And I remember thinking that was like the weirdest looking, strangest thing ever, to be totally honest. But everybody was trying to get those social votes to get these components that you would add to your heavy metal, and then it would level up for this bigger beast.
Image of what the EVO2s look like. And heavy metal amps will be on chain and tradable when the game is over, but
That didn't
before
happen.
EVO2. So we're playing for these amps that we don't actually get until season 3, it sounds like. And I think one of the big takeaways is the fact that it is a skill-based mint in a way. I know it's like a mini game, but theoretically, you should look at it as that. Bored Apes on their Twitter yesterday also announced that the HVs are coming to Legends of Mara on top of several other collections. It looks like Ranga, Weg Meets Sand, Forgotten Runes Wizard Cult, Meebits, World of Women, Cryptodes, Mutant Hounds, and then Codas. And somebody pointed out as well that the Coda looks like it's on the big chair leading the charge, if you will, and it's got some of the vessels.
So this was a
behind it.
crazy
So we've seen a lot-
component. So again, like the Cryptodes, 10K TF, Forgotten Runes Wizard Cult, the Codas, Mutant Hounds, Ranga. There's all these collections that were supposed to be partnered together with what was going on within Yuga, and it kind of all fell apart when Yuga sold it. So, I mean, like what TTK is what this Legends of Mara was supposed to be, where you had community, a common interest that was all brought together.
A lot of action over in the vessel side of things, as well as the other deeds. A lot of people thinking, maybe that is the alpha. I think there's also a point here where Yuga really takes the cake and comes out as like the #1 blockchain gaming.
Okay, listen, I don't think anybody heard a single thing of what that was said. Listen, we're gonna take a little bit of a breather on the side there. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? No, that's crazy. Okay, so yesterday was the lowest viewed stream ever. Holy smokes. Yeah, so this was like today's X feed, and we did it not save? Oh my goodness. Fluf World area here. This is good. Okay, cool. I'm just trying to find stuff to be able to play. So this is from the daily XFeed live streams. Again, I go live every single day, Monday through Friday. We go over the Web3 space. Obviously mention Futureverse and what Fluffs are doing whenever something does happen, but we do kind of give a broad scope. So if you're wanting different opinions on things and see what else others are doing, would love for you to check that out. We are trying to play the Third Kingdom game. However, the servers keep freaking crashing, but I want to try to keep you guys entertained. I don't really have anything that interesting to say. However, this is a piece from today's stream where we did go over the Third Kingdom, so I will step away from a moment. We will retry in a moment, but enjoy the show. World, guys. Holy smokes. We've been waiting for this for absolutely ever. The idea of these Web3 games coming out, the idea of new chains, the excitement, the bull run, the liquidity cycle, the FTX payouts, October. Things are starting to happen, and listen, well, look at this. Me, just one more sleep. Also me, awake all night, knowing my journey to restore the Third Kingdom begins tomorrow. So, anybody with a future pass, you got a gaming computer, get ready, because tomorrow things are going to be kicking off. From my understanding, it really sounds like a strategy simulation game where you'll log on. There are prisms, surrealscapes, which are land, and more. Yo, Dirty, what's going on? Yes, it is Fluff. And the way that you are going to be able to partake in this is it is a free-to-play game, but there are certain extra components that if you have a prism, which I think costs like $30 right now, and honestly, a lot of the assets are priced in terms of like a mass adoption-friendly type of deal, and we'll see if there is any kind of mega sweeps with this. For the first episode of Season 1, it does sound very much like you are just there to accumulate more energy. And in episode 2 is going to be when you are able to earn the different rewards, which they have 312 million root, which currently that's about $6 million. At certain points, it's been all the way up to 32 million when root's at like 12 cents. And again, it's not a crazy market cap. So when we drop these different numbers, it's not, some insane valuations that we've seen a lot of different component and pieces at. And one thing that I've preached a lot about, and Fluff Boy, what's going on? How are you doing? Is that we don't have anything to rally around like at all within Web3, unless you are somebody who's super into sports, following one of the NFT collections that are into sports out there. I mean, everybody's just, not only are they only focusing on whatever chain the project that they're on is, they're only really focusing, I believe, and I could be wrong with this, but let me know if you're into a whole bunch of different things, but they pretty much stay within whatever community they're following. And so for Futureverse, what they're trying to do with this Third Kingdom game and their whole metaverse experience is really opening it up. So they've given out free land, which has been worth thousands of dollars to Deadfellas, to Cool Cats, to Doodles, and now this game is coming out. I don't know if the characters are going to have any use cases within the very first episode of this full season, because it's supposed to be like several different ones. What's going on, Smash? How we doing? And I just think that it's really cool that we are having somebody out there that's trying to bring people together. I would say and give credit to what was going on with the Blast. I'm forgetting what the name of it is, but in Blast, there was all the different content creators. They gave out cards, and it was kind of the social experience where people were able to follow and, all watch something. I think that's kind of something similar, right? But that's also, you have to pay to get into it. It's not really like over. Yes, Fantasy Top, I think is what it's called. Yeah. Yo, Smash. Killing it. And now, I never partook in it, but it did feel like it was something that the entire space rallied around, probably because everybody was looking at Blast because there wasn't a whole lot going on. But the further we get, the more it's like, oh my goodness, there's this chain, that chain. How many different games are going on? If you're in Ronin, there's a new game getting added every week. If you're in IMX, a new game getting added every single week. New chains are coming out. Everybody's looking at Ape Chain. And if you're not looking at that, you're looking at something else. Okay, there's Abstract. Okay, now there's Root now. It gets so convoluted that I don't understand, if you're somebody new within the space, how you're going to survive at all and just find a home for you. But we'll see, right? As more people jump in, the Web3 rails are potentially going to be hidden, but very excited to see what this ultimately looks like tomorrow. And Matty B dropping a huge thread about why he dropped $40,000 on digital land. So before we get into it, I take a week off Twitter and I'm lost. Yeah, it's pretty insane how it is. So you've been here for years now. Well, I'm glad that you're grinding and still hanging out within it all. So I guess the question, right off the rip, is when somebody says, okay, I've spent $40,000 on digital land, my mind goes to, okay, well, what can you get for $40,000 on like physical land? And I guess that's like a decent amount of rent for a while, depending on where you go. But I don't know if you can purchase like a property or anything for that. And I know a lot of individuals who purchase property for the sake of earning some sort of yield, obviously off people renting, etc. And also, I keep saying etc. I've been pointed out by that. Snazzy, thank you for highlighting my lack of English vocabulary in that sense. But for this, then the question is, okay, if people are doing, buying a massive property for hundreds of thousands of dollars to earn rent, is there a way that kind of works within Web3? And currently not really, right? Like, hey, do you want to rent out a different asset? There's nothing out there that would yield that sort of return. However, for this season 1 of Third Kingdom, when we know it's 312 million root listed at currently at the price, about $6 million, depending how the mechanics of that game go, this could be an amazing bet, or it could be like, Matty B's living on my couch. You know what I mean? So let's see what he says. TLDR, I'm betting big on the Third Kingdom because it's the foundations of something much larger, the Readyverse, a digital world that's about to shake things up. So Readyverse is hilarious because if you go to their socials, it will have the same clip over and over and over again, trying to hit you with that nostalgia of Parzival from Ready Player One in Ake's garage with the Iron Giant looking at a TV. Don't get me wrong, super high quality fidelity, looks sweet. However, we don't really see any gameplay. So you have that same clip going over and over again. But if you've done the behind the scenes and listened to the team a lot, they've discussed how, imagine that you're living in a Harry Potter world. If you happen to play Hogwarts Legacy I thought, riding on a broomstick around the castle, that was like a huge hit in nostalgia. And it was cool just to experience, excluding the other game aspects. And then they're mentioning, well, what if it's a world of Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings? And I'm sitting here like, okay, well, what about those games? Well, all those games are not really like exploratory in any way. They're all specific kind of game modes. And well, hold on a minute. These guys are actually partnering with this. They're trying to make this metaverse idea a reality. Do we have those retail stores where we can go and buy like a Hobbit outfit for Halloween? What does it mean? So metaverses are flatlining. Most projects failed to deliver on their promises, but guess what? What's coming next might just be the hit we've all been waiting for. Big money alert. No one's talking about, listen, to be fair, I've been talking about this for like the past 2-3-ish years, so we'll see. No one's talking about the $6 million or $312 million root prize pool dropping for Fluf World's The Third Kingdom this month. Yep, $6 million. Why isn't this all over your feed? Because nobody does any research anymore. True. I've seen this before. Decentraland back in 2017. Huge hype, no delivery, but this time it's different. Really? Gated. TTK, built on the Root network as part of Futureverse, is more than a game. It's a resource harvesting empire. Now, to pause for a second, because I don't want anybody getting all loosey-goosey. You know what I mean? You play Duck, Duck, Goose, and then some kid goes running off, and you're like, we've lost Jimmy. So within Readyverse and the Third Kingdom, we can see, hey, listen, there's Parzival on that TV we talked about. But Open is supposed to be this experience within Readyverse, which is going to have Readyverse standards and be this big world. Now, the Third Kingdom game that we're talking about is supposed to be a resource harvesting game. Now, when you think of building a house, and I know that I'm using this house example a lot, but it kind of fits. You have somebody that would have to go out there and get the supplies, right? Whether it be employees, whether it be material for building the house, etc., etc. And so within this game, the idea is that the resources are gathered within the Third Kingdom, but then it can be used in these other worlds where it's not just for one thing. So traditionally, you build a house, all right, use that material on that one, all done so. But what if we can use the same supply for everything and it's built on a whole bunch of different games? And so that's kind of the concept with this. In TTK, it's not just about playing a game. You're building a future. The resources you gather, they're not just tokens. They're the foundation of the Readyverse, an interoperable metaverse that's coming fast. Imagine using those resources to shape virtual landscapes, build digital economies, and unlock exclusive experiences. In the Readyverse, it's all about real-world utility. This is your shot to own a piece of the future, one resource at a time. TTK isn't just a game, it's the launch pad for something massive, and it starts this month. So, very cool thread from Matt. I've seen a couple people talk about it, but generally it's most people within the Futureverse ecosystem. Yo, Oxy21OXY, what an absolute gem of a human coming through for the third primer of the afternoon. Jeez. Welcome aboard the TTK waiting room. We're just playing one of the clips from earlier today, trying to come up with some different things to have discussions about, hoping that the game does open relatively soon. But with that said, we will continue our train of consuming various Futureverse pieces. I am trying to find the interview. Well, actually, we could go over the ASM paper as well for that stream, but I'm trying to find the interview that I had with Aaron and Shara, and we will let that one rock and roll until, look at the wag.me.root. Hell yeah. Oh, here it is. 1 hour and 7 minutes. Holy smokes. Imagine if we're here for another hour waiting for the service to come back. Unbelievable. Thanks for the content. Hell yeah. Of course. And yeah, JJ Kanaje, listen, I really wanted to play the game, but I had a feeling that it would immediately kick me out too. Okay, so if anybody's not seen this, I have done like a live stream where I went and reacted to all of this. I'll maybe pause here and there, but this is hilarious, the beginning of this, and I don't think many people know about this. A couple of you guys do. So I get on the call, and it's just Aaron, right? We're in the Zoom call, and it takes me absolutely forever to figure out if you can see in the background that it's actually moving. It's like it's the Chinese New Year rabbit background, year of the rabbit background, more specifically. And I was like, okay, I need to set this up. And I don't know if Juice is here. Build out, shout out for you. And there was, I think, some other random person that I messaged because I was like, I'm trying to get this to figure out. I need somebody to join this call, and I eventually get the boxes to work. but that's beside the point. So I jump on the call, and Aaron's there. I mean, listen, you got Aaron in front of you. What the hell are you supposed to say? So I say something along the lines of "busy day, eh?" He's like, well, and then so Shara jumps on, and then they start kind of talking about just like, I don't know, confidence, and they felt like they were just kind of vibing a little bit right before, and this was like rushed really quickly. Like there was maybe like 2.5 minutes. I was there with Aaron. Shara joined the call. We hit live, and this was the magic that we opened with.
Just cause winners win.
Represent.
Winners win. That's the way that we're starting things off here, guys. Welcome to XFeed. This is typically a show where I do Monday through Friday, and we just talk about Web3. And like usually 20 to 30% of the conversation is me talking about Futureverse. And today, holy sweet guacamole, we get to talk to the two giants, Shara and Aaron. Guys, thank you so much for swinging by. But I want to start here with kind of something that's a little bit more relaxed, if I will. So what do you call an empty jar of Cheese Whiz?
God, I have no idea where this is going to go, but I'm nervous.
Cheese was. All right, fantastic. So listen, the amount of things that are happening within Futureverse, the Root Network, it's coming down and it's fast. We have the second book for Project Campus. RNS just launched their name service. We have the Tradeverse coming by. We have Root Punks. A whole bunch of stuff is happening, and it just seems like the ecosystem is kind of on fire in a way. And I'm just kind of curious, your guys' kind of just general sentiment, if we can start off here. And Aaron, we'll start with you if we can.
Yeah, man, I think I sent a tweet out on X the other day. Just I'm feeling the vibe, man. I think you know, the awesome thing to see as a creator who's trying to build a platform for other people to create the future of the internet on is other people doing that and doing a good job of it. And the number of people now that are building, you know, great projects, the way that they're executing on those things, the pipeline of new builders that we have coming on board that aren't announced yet, like it's all making me feel extremely happy, you know, bullish and proud of the work that the team has been doing to get to this point. And like I said, I think this is the beginning of, you know, a very special ride for all of us, because really what it comes down to at the end of the day is we're here to like start the fire and to pour some gas on it every now and then with the big shit that we do. But ultimately, the success of this comes down to the community and how they get on with doing the work of co-building with us. And that's the really exciting change that we've seen recently, is going from, you know, core fans who love what we're doing to seeing those people take that next step to like, shit, I'm going to build too.
I think that it's funny to think about Shara and talking about manifesting, and I feel people say different things, and that was something that like I kind of connected with. I was like, hey, you know, if you really think about something, you can do it. And obviously, you've been working with all these massive brands. Aaron's rocking the Reebok here. I tried to make it some kind of alpha thought when he originally was rocking the Philly hat, but apparently it was, at least we understand, you know, joining you in the fanship, Shara there. But what do you kind of have in the pipeline here? Are you guys?
Who says it's not alpha?
Well, I mean, that's the thing here. Is it secretly alpha being a Phillies fan?
You never know.
You never know.
I mean, if you put together the clues, then you'll see that there's been some announcements about international territories relating to NFL teams, and they might just be interesting international territories. So
Yeah.
I guess we'll have to see what comes from my love of football.
There we go. So I want to talk about Futureverse and the Root Network, which of course is what we're doing here, but the interoperability of things. And as a user, we're seeing, okay, so we have this collection that started with Ethereum NFTs within the Fluf World. And now we have an entire network in the Root Network, but it's also being connected within the Silo network. We have the ASM protocol. It's EVM compatible. It's connected to the XRP ledger. Holy smokes, there's a lot going on. But I mean, how is this system poised to actually transform what is kind of the digital future? And as you mentioned in like the video that I had is like the promo about creating the future of the internet. And Aaron, if we can start with you on that.
Yeah, man, I think the premise of the future of the internet, or what we've kind of been calling the open metaverse, is openness. And so if you think of openness as the starting point for the way that you're going to achieve success, then it makes sense that things can live in different places. And I've never been a fan of the mantra that infrastructure, a single kind of infrastructure can work for every kind of application. You do need application specific infrastructure. It's how technology works. Anyone who tries to sell you something else is an idiot and doesn't understand technology. And so building systems that connect things and making Root the hub of that connectivity is the core to the vision. And you talked about like starting with a collection on Ethereum. We started even further back than that, thinking about how protocols can interact with each other at a more fundamental layer than the content side of things. And so the mission from the very beginning when we looked at this was, how do you make these things that are somewhat independent and disconnected at an infrastructure level work together for a better user experience, because that's the future of decentralized infrastructure. And so that's really what the mission has been, and what Root Network is built to try and do.
And when we're talking about really making a splash, Shara, it feels kind of like you're the one that's in charge of connecting all the pieces together here. So from your point of view, how has it been doing that and trying to connect to a blockchain that, sometimes the world still kind of questions the new wave of tech?
I think that everything is about allowing and giving IP and brands and individuals the opportunity to do something they haven't done before, and to experiment with things and play with things. And so I think the reality is that everything connects. I mean, that's the reason why we use the tagline for the Root Network: anything can be connected to anything, because the reality is you can connect anything to anything if you figure out how. And I think that's the beauty of what we're doing inside. Obviously, sometimes it's a little hard to piece together, how does this connect with this? But there is a big vision behind what it is. And I think that what we're seeing from a brand perspective is they're not getting caught up in, oh, this blockchain or that blockchain. A lot of the voices online are getting caught up in things that don't matter, to the point where Aaron and I were having a conversation this morning around identity. And it's been a word that's been tied so much to a piece of technology that exists at the identity point within the user journey. But identity is so much more than a wallet. It's who you are and how you show up in the world, and what you wear when you show up, and how you think about who you present as. And so for us, we're trying to make the vision macro. So we stop looking in the weeds at the little pieces of, well, is it this? And are we executing this particular thing? Like you just brought up from a connectivity standpoint, everything connects if you just step back and you stop getting caught up in the definitions of particular words. People aren't looking at this saying, well, what blockchain is it on? They're looking and saying, wait, is this avatar that you're talking to me about creating, does this allow me to connect with the consumer behind that avatar? Connection has long been what humans have strived to achieve in every form of communication and interaction. We're doing the same thing. We're just staying out of getting caught in the nuances that hold people back. And that's why I think sometimes it's hard to see how all of this comes together, but there's a rhyme and a reason to everything that we do.
And
yeah, I think just to add to that, like my experience now is that brands and IP have moved beyond two things. One, doing it for the hype. They kind of tried that out and they got burned. And two, doing it for a quick buck. And so what they are looking for is things that can add strategic value. They see Web3 as being more part of a strategic roadmap than they ever have before. They have expertise in their organizations that understands the nuance better than they understood it before. And we're making, they're asking for partners who can be adults in the room and help them contribute to their long-term strategic success. And so that's a good thing for Web3, and it's a great thing for us because we bring a mature proposition to the table for them. And like Shara said, they're no longer asking which chain is this on? They're asking about how that they can deliver a better experience to their users. And so I think that paradigm change is really important to note, and that is from big brands in the consumer space. That's from every movie, film, music studio, label, publisher you can name. It's from big tech players. It's from sports teams and global franchises in sports, and all of those things that we're doing this kind of content-centric domain. They're all asking the same questions and looking for a different kind of outcome than what they've perhaps played with before in this space.
I think during like the hype phase, there was a big problem of people being like, hey, I want to create something, but the tools weren't there. And that was one of the first things that really stood out to me from Futureverse is, we don't get to access all the tools right now, but from the papers and everything else, you guys are doing that. And so I'd like to kind of jump into Silo just a wee little bit here. I mean, metaverse notifications, asset registers, Silo graphs, Silo oracles, they're all coming for the Silo network. And it seems very, very exciting. But from my point of view, I don't know if it's supposed to be for the everyday user. A lot of that sounds like more for people who are building or wanting to create these experiences. So can you touch a little bit more on those?
Yeah, I mean, I think with all protocols, they are built, if they're being built right, they're being built for developers. That's the layer which they have to work for and do a good job for, because users experience things at the higher orders, the application layer, right? And so Silo is really about data availability. That's kind of the core value proposition there, is how do we store data and transport it so it's at the right place at the right time with the right fidelity, and right trustworthiness for that kind of data. And in order to do that, we need a robust protocol underneath that can store and transport that data. Notifications is one of those use cases. To say that it's not a consumer-centric proposition, though, wouldn't be the right way to frame it, because the value proposition for this stuff is that users' data can follow them, that their notifications can follow them, that their social graphs, their friends can follow them, that the way they interact with artificial intelligence can follow them. And so all of those things are user-centric propositions, but you have to build it in a way that developers can access. And the first kind of use case for us is notifications. And I've seen the latest version of that working last week, and we're getting excited to start to integrate that into some of the applications and show how notifications can be used not only to keep people updated about what's going on, but also provide a transport layer for oracles and other things that can power new experiences inside of applications, games, and experiences.
Just out of curiosity, Shara, there's this thing about Reebok Impact. Does it happen to use Silo as well, or is Reebok Impact kind of its own little beast of its own on the side here? Because I want to get into Reebok Impact next.
Well, Reebok
so
is
in a sense that it does, because Silo is the data storage layer for the asset register, and so when we're creating those Reebok Impact digital collectibles, that all of these things connect to each other, like you said before. The layer at the asset register is part of Silo. Silo will be included in the application layer to keep people up to date on what's going on from a notifications point of view. Silo will be used to transport the information around the Murmur matrix if those shoes participate in the Murmur matrix from a content point of view. And so there's like layers to all of these things, and most certainly we are already using Silo in the background for Reebok Impact.
Okay, so for Reebok Impact, Shara, this is kind of the big piece that I would say that AI League was another one where you guys had a big partnership within FIFA, and everybody's kind of talked about like this mainstream audience, and
I think there was like a click for everybody within the Futureverse ecosystem that was like, oh my God, they figured out how to integrate this within Instagram. And, taking a quick little break just for anybody that's checking out live. Holy smokes. Yes, I am actually here. We are just waiting for the Third Kingdom to deal with server issues, for lack of a better term. Weehoo Shay. Yo, hold on a minute. When marketing, are you not Weehoo Shay? Is this a different Shay? I genuinely thought that you just made another account and was like, Weehoo Shay sounds like a cool thing, which, don't get me wrong, I said it when I saw it. Cool name. But Mark Ibanez, yes, breaking down your diff. Okay, amazing. Hello, Shay number 2. Wait, do we call the other Shay Shay 1 and you Shay 2? Or do we have to fight over who's Shay number 1? You know what I mean? It's crazy. Thank you for sharing the Mark Ibanez status. We will go over that in a momentaro. But yeah, we are just waiting for the Third Kingdom. It seems the servers are getting brought back. I see people say, we're in. I'm excited, and I want to be too. But it looks like this might take a little bit longer than we thought. So just trying to kill some time and entertain you guys. This was one of the interviews I had a while ago. Shade.root equals number 1, not me. Okay. But yeah, this is back on May 21st, where I was able to interview Aaron and Chara. Hope you guys have been enjoying this so far. If you guys are tuned in, I do a daily show called X-Feed. We just highlight the Web3 space. Would love for you guys to follow. And if you do have an Amazon a subscription, well, you get a free Prime. And I've noticed a couple of you guys have used that. Thank you so much for that. It's a way to support the show. And on YouTube, it's like $2.99 a month. If you're wanting to support the content, we are going to, the whole plan from day number 1 was to stream a ton of what Futureverse was getting into. Reason why I went so heavy on the ecosystem, and now it seems like that opportunity is kind of a little bit more prevalent because just, wasn't the other games are a little bit harder to stream, but this one we get to talk, vibe, and I'm excited for it. So be prepared this month, next month, Q4. All right, back to the interview. It's something that's very creative and also going to be used for these worlds. And I felt that it was really perceived quite well from the Futureverse community. How has it been overall from you? And for people that aren't in Web3, how have you seen kind of the attraction from it?
The response has been unbelievable. I think the reason why, and you're right, the community really hit on a key part of what we intended with the experience, which is our philosophy, which is that there's a lot of people out there screaming, we need to bring people into Web3. We're going the opposite way in traffic. We're saying, let's bring our tools to where people are, because that's how they'll use them without having to go the distance and try something new. Behaviorally, that has never worked in the past. So this was a beautiful example to showcase that philosophy of bringing all of our tools into a platform where everyone already is and allow them to easily create an unlimited number of sneakers within a chatbot experience. That was, and do it so fluidly and seamlessly, where you had no idea all of the layers that were going on underneath it at all. Like, look, think about it. I mean, I will touch and say, we don't have anything in the Futureverse arsenal that we don't use. There's no piece of the puzzle that's sitting in the basement. Everything is being used at parts where you might not even know it, because it's a part of us testing certain ways of how we're going to scale for another experience to come, or a component that you shouldn't have to see, because it's not about breaking. You don't walk into a house and say, hey, let me pull down this part of the wall just so that I could check what's in this area and let me judge whether you put those wires together or not. You look at the house as a whole. And so that's what we hope people see, because they don't need to see all those pieces. And we understand why people want to get into it, because it's fascinating. If you could watch the whole detailed journey of everything that's going on here and that's moving and ticking at once, it's a beautiful factory that in one shot, you have no idea what's going on. The fact that my mom, who's a grandma, as Aaron mentioned in one of his areas, my mom has made 15 shoes and she barely knows how to use Instagram. So she's not like on Instagram, like chugging along. She just was like, okay, I just have to find how to message. And once she messaged, she figured out what to do. She has no idea that she has a Web3 wallet. She has no idea what is actually going on underneath the hood. She just knows that she could go tell her friend she made a digital sneaker, which is a really big deal. So I think philosophically and tangibly, for what we're trying to achieve as a company, this was an amazing part of that narrative. It did something that frankly no one else has been able to do. And we're really proud of the creative, and the response has been amazing.
talking about your grandma, I think it helps legitimize the industry in a way. And it's something that's different. People are able to see, experience what it's like. But do you think these businesses are going to start to realize how efficient it is to try to create something for consumers that are digital? I'll get into something a little bit later here that I have regarding the music industry, but it feels like that's just a smart thing to do from a business point of view.
So
I mean, I think that the answer though there is that is back to what we said earlier. It's like, and what we've always said really is that the minute people start talking about the technology, we've won. And I think that's where we're headed. Like, grandma isn't thinking about Web3 and wallets and digital, NFTs and all those kinds of things. Grandma's thinking, I created a cool experience I can share with my grandkids. And that's the thing we tried to show with Reebok, that it was possible to deliver an experience where people didn't even know what was there underneath. And being able to show that to other brands and IP holders and all these other people that we're in business with, I think has been meaningful, because they don't want to have that conversation either. They want to talk about what the experience is for their users and how they can add value to their customers and how they can provide new experiences for their IP. They don't want to talk about technology.
Shara, was there anything you wanted to add to that?
I was just going to say that, to echo what Aaron just said, that brands just want a better way to connect with their consumers. And I think that to your point, and a big part of what we harp on is it's too complicated. These words, like, we never called Web 2 Web 2. So we're in the nuance, like the way that, not even new, but the way that we talk about it to brands is we use a term called digital connectable, because you're connecting to your consumers. This whole NFT, digital asset, digital collectible focus on the wording and the vocabulary has kept us really siloed, no pun intended, into the wrong
We love silo. Just throwing that out there.
area of focus. What we should focus on is, how are we able to bring AI into places where consumers can create things that they imagine, how they can go and say, okay, I have an opportunity to creatively to make a sneaker that is from a memory in my real life. That's what an experience
Yo, what's going
is.
on, Pitch?
We've even used the word experience wrong. A lot of people are building games. That's not what we're trying to do. We are not building games. We're building experiences that change the way you interact with certain things without knowing it. That doesn't mean there aren't things that you play, but life should be about playing. I think it goes back to, like, when you think about little kids playing in a house, they don't like suddenly take one block and then there's a whole house. You have to put the blocks on top of each other. And that's what we're doing in the grand scheme of everything that we do, so that we can piece it all together, but then we can break it all apart and build a bunch of new things on the side. Because what I can tell you is no brand wants to do the same thing as another brand. They all want to say, how do we really creatively change this? So someone's not going to come in and be like, could you build us what you did with Reebok? We want to do that exact same thing. So that's why we were really proud of what we did, because we did it first. No one did that through Instagram. No one did that through creatively putting AI into a place where people were and letting photos that already exist go on to create another asset.
Well, for brands and do you guys want captions or no captions? I turned captions on. I don't know if it's awful or if it's better. Yeah, Pitch, the TTK game. We are waiting to play it. I will bring up the screen. We have played moments and then it's crashed. We have played moments and then it has crashed. And we have played moments and then it has crashed. I don't know how to read. I ever told you you're great. Games, Muhammad Ali, TNL. We have racers. I don't think any brand is connected to that right now. Maybe there will be. We'll find out if that ever ends up happening. But the Futureverse community, I feel like...
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Okay. Hey, love to hear it. So I feel like the community has kind of labeled a lot of the games that have launched so far for Futureverse under the Futureverse app, which is cool. I love when, I think it was you, Aaron, maybe it was Shara that tweeted out the original like icon, and we're like, okay, we're getting a launcher, baby. But the aspect of proof of concept.
Oh, you're getting a launcher. You're getting
we're
Let's
getting a
show some more of
launcher.
that next
Okay.
week.
Bazooka, boom. Anyway, so the question I kind of have is like, it feels like when we're saying proof of concept, there's almost like this isn't really supposed to go anywhere, but we're constantly seeing updates for all these games as well. So like, how should we perceive when the term like proof of concept is used within like the Futureverse experiences right now?
I mean, I think we're trying to make sure we set expectations correctly. As anyone who knows this industry knows that building an audience around a game is hard, and we're trying to achieve two things with what we're doing here. One is to demonstrate how some of these new experiences work so that we inspire other people to build with us. We're trying to show brands and IP what's possible with their IP, and how we can take the essence of those things and create bigger experiences for bigger audiences. But at the same time, we want to create something fun for the community and grow that community over time. And really, those three games for Grumble, Races, and the Next Legends, we're working hard on all of those things. They've helped us, progress and win IP deals. They've helped us have great conversations with brands about what they could do with consumers. We've had the world's largest technology companies look at what we did with Grumble and say, we want to dig into stream play and figure out how that can work. And so I think it's doing the job at those levels. Where we're at now is, we'll have, this could probably be alpha, but we'll have prize fights and Royal Rumbles coming to Grumble. So adding that kind of win component to both of those games, as well as brains coming into Grumble shortly. And so we'll be able to then demonstrate something which I think is really important to Altered State Machine and Asto, which is how a single brain can transition between different games, applications, and experiences that are doing different things, very different things. And so we can really then go and push into developers with a good set of base use cases around how the brains and ASM protocol works to create this kind of transportable experience between games for AI. And so we're going to get behind that with a new kind of competition format, cross-game competition format. And so you'll start to see some really cool things come as a result of that. And each thing is a building block that builds up to the next level. And I think sometimes people imagine that it all happens at once, but that's just not reality of building a business and building scale. Is you kind of build the bricks, and then eventually you realize, after putting one brick after another and looking at that brick and seeing it move that little bit, when you step back, it's like, holy shit, I created this giant thing,
Oh, I mean, speaking of giant things here, the Futureverse platform, it sounds like it's kind of covering everything. We just talked about games. Shara, we have Gen AI that's coming up. We have all these other AI tooling that we're hearing about. Like, how do you describe the Futureverse platform for somebody that's kind of newer to the ecosystem and sees, hey, we have like some things, but also it feels like you guys have a lot of things behind the curtain as well? Sorry?
I don't think we're trying to sell
Yeah.
everything to everyone. Like, that's not, I think that's also a kind of misconception that's out there, is that everyone has to know about everything. They don't, and there's going to be a whole segment of users, and there already is a growing segment of users that don't even know Futureverse exists. They're going through the Reebok, and they don't have to. They're going through the Reebok Impact experience, and they know that they've got this cool piece of digital content. But that's creating network value for everyone that does understand those things. And segmentation is this thing we keep coming back to in these conversations, is we're building things that cover 4 quadrants of segmentation, so that we can attract different users to different kinds of experiences, different developers for different kinds of applications, and without having to everyone to navigate all of those things. Of course, there'll be the super users out there that like do know everything, that dig into all the detail. You're on that list. There's a huge amount of our community out there. They're the ones that will be able to see the linkages and work out the network effect of those things. And we expect that community to keep growing and getting stronger. And but the vast majority of people will just do the thing they love and know the thing they love, and that's all that matters.
Yo, check. Can I get a check in the chat? Yo, if you're here, if you're live, if you're listening, if you feel like, yeah, you know, this is my bruchacho Schiller, say hi. What are we doing? Why would you even install this? Nah, that's foul, pitch. That's crazy. Man, this guy thinks the Clippers are going to win the NBA title this season. Man, is crazy. Unbelievable. Yeah, Kyle, we haven't gotten in. For anybody just tuning in, we are waiting to try the third, to fully play the Third Kingdom. We got our Kingdom coins ready. It seems extremely passive. I think everybody that is on a computer, that has a computer job in the world, may be interested in playing this game. Not to be hyperbolic, right? I probably should have said that before making that statement, but I'm saying this is casual. It's off to the side. The rewards are crazy and it's free to play. Unbelievable. The replayability is concerning. Listen, here's the thing. It's passive JJ. It's on the side can AJ. You can just vibe, Mr. JJ can AJ. It's easy. Listen, people hate a challenge. Would you rather not have something super simple? Why do you use DoorDash? Why does anybody use DoorDash? Because we want a simple life. TTK, it's a simple game. It's a way of life. True. He can't read? Pitch? Why you gotta be like that? Unbelievable. All right, back to the Aaron and Shara interview. Thank you for tuning in for those that are here. Wag me.
And same when we talk to IP and brands, and you've heard me mention this before, we have a 100-page deck. Every time I pull 4 slides out that I want to talk about, and I know which 4 to use for which different person. I don't try to be like, let me take you through the whole thing, because that's not how the world works. No one person knows everything about everything, and they shouldn't ever have to, like Aaron said. So I think we've absolutely seen people say, well, how much do you understand Futureverse? And does that mean that they haven't done good comms or good marketing if you don't understand it all and people don't understand how all the pieces connect? That's not what our intention is. We use the pieces that we need to use at the times we need to use them. The rest, we know all of the pieces. And that's really what it's all about. We're not there to make sure everyone and their mom knows the name Futureverse. And in fact, it's supposed to be underneath. It will matter to all of the people that were on the ride from the very beginning and trusted that we had a grand vision and that we were executing it at the highest level at every moment.
So this is maybe going back a little bit, but I feel like I remember at one point that it was touted that the Third Kingdom was supposed to be like the quote unquote hero app of the Futureverse launcher ecosystem. I'm not sure the phrasing for it, but do we still think that's the case, or is Open kind of, walked up and been like, hey, we want to be the main kids in town?
I think we've actually been really deliberate and clear about the fact that the Third Kingdom has become a game that's primarily focused on the strategy simulation resources game, and that Open is the hero MMO experience. I think that's an upgrade. Like if you think about like the Third Kingdom being something that could have been pretty cool, but now we get to supercharge that idea with world-renowned IP and not just Ready Player One as well. And so I think that'll be a much better, more scalable, funner, higher quality experience than people would have got from what our initial plans were for Third Kingdom as an MMO. I very rarely say things like this because I want to be kind of careful and respectful, but I really don't think there is anything out there in Web3 that will be able to stand up to what is happening with open in terms of the range of IP, the quality of the team behind it, the potential for user acquisition. I mean, then people might argue about this technology or that technology and this engine or that engine or whatever it happens to be. But at the end of the day, consumers don't really care about that shit. What they care about is, playing with the things that they love. And open is going to be, I think the premier place in Web3 for people all around the world who love IP to come and experience that IP in new ways. The third kingdom is like a bedrock of what we've talked about, this material world, and put the paper out about the material world, but the bedrock of the underlying economies of these games and ecosystems. So it's not just powering one experience anymore, which is what we kind of started out with, but really providing a foundation which other experiences, including open, can build on top of for their economies. And that's a really important cog in the wheel. So we're hoping to deliver a great gaming experience. You can already see in our weekly updates, it's looking fucking fire. So it's going to be fun to play, and we think that'll be something people want to do. I think it'll be rewarding for those who play it well. That'll be another aspect of Third Kingdom. And then, it will additionally offer the opportunity to kind of bootstrap this material world concept and lay a foundation for other games to build on top of.
Shara, I feel like you've done this thing where you're like, hey, Aaron, hold off on like the alpha, but this guy's spitting some fire today. I'm excited.
He knows the only alpha he's not allowed to say. We have an agreement. We have an agreement.
Shara called me before
alpha.
this, and you're not allowed to say this. I will shoot you.
Clear. Everything else he can say, but the reality to that point is there's different things for different audiences. And I think that a lot of what's going on in the space is that everyone's screaming in an echo chamber. We don't even want to be in the echo chamber. We want to build some things for some audiences. There are going to be people who want to play strategy games, who want to play to earn, who want to be a part of the nuance and detail that is required, the strategic thinking. And there's a lot of people who don't. And so that's the reality, is that I think when you position it as, well, the community thought that Third Kingdom was going to be the hero experience. Expectation sometimes is the death of what can be. And if you have a small subset of the market that's going to play a particular way, then build an amazing experience for them and keep them there. Yes. But we don't have to put certain banners on certain things. Like Aaron said, there is a place and a strategy and a vision to what the Third Kingdom is. And there's a different one for open, which targets a different group of people that has different incentives and different lore and different IP to join. And I think everyone will see ultimately how that will unfold, that we have two great places to go based on how you want to use your mind any particular day.
It's getting hot in here, guys. Holy smoke. So I had a thought, Shara, and I'm curious if I'm crazy here. You can shoot down my thoughts as hard as you want here. But the music industry, I feel like, potentially has one of the biggest, or could be one of the biggest benefactors of this kind of digital age. When I'm thinking of back to COVID, there was like virtual concerts and people just streamed, and it was a great experience. But then, there's these concerts, and I've gone to them. You have to drive out of town. There's hotels. I can just imagine it's like a nightmare in terms of cost for production and whatnot. But if you're able to do these where it's on like a global stage, I know you like Taylor Swift. Imagine if all of her concerts were in an experience where people are able to pay in different kind of denominations depending on what their experience are. These digital assets, again, can be created and be way more cost efficient for these brands. But at the same time, we're having some big articles went out where I think you retweeted the other day from Sony that was sending out all these notices to people building AI tools for just music in general. So I'm curious your thoughts on if you foresee music potentially being one of the biggest benefactor of these virtual experiences.
I think the world's going to benefit from virtual experiences because the reality is we're already in them. They're a means to connect to consumers. I think the music industry will benefit as much as entertainment, and the music industry has nuance that a lot of people don't understand. And obviously when we launch Gen, which will be very soon, people will understand what side of the table we sit on. As it relates to what Sony came out and did, they should have. People are stealing music to create pieces of technology, it's Napster all over again. And Napster, we saw how that ended and what happened there. And we believe, I think when you think about what's going on with entertainment and music, fundamentally, we believe that the creator, big or small, from Taylor Swift on down to you making art in your bedroom, you create something, you put something out into the world, and you deserve to be compensated, and you deserve to be fairly a part of whatever you go on and sell or create and do. And we believe that that's how we should structure everything that we're a part of. We are not going to be a part of stealing things. We're not going to be a part of doing it the wrong way. We're going to be the people that sit down and look at a problem and say, if we want to innovate here, innovation is not only in technology. Innovation is in communication, it's in strategy, it's in business model, it's in revenue model, it's in participation from people who might have gotten cut out before, not because they necessarily should have been, because it was just easier to cut them out. So I think there's a lot of nuance. And to your point of the virtual concerts, there's a lot of reasons business-wise and economic-wise that we haven't seen the scale at scale. We've seen, obviously, within Fortnite, we've seen Travis Scott do amazing numbers. We've seen a lot of musicians do amazing stuff. We've seen I have a portfolio company, Wave, who has done amazing virtual concerts with Bieber and Calvin Harris and a bunch of amazing people. The scale will come from that when interoperability continues to scale. And that's why a lot of the stuff that we're doing underneath the hood may seem a little bit unsexy or may seem like buzzwords at times, but it's a means for the whole thing to rise so that you can consistently see more ways to engage with the entertainers or the IP that you love, and being able to do that in a way where they can participate in it too. Because the reason that a particular large artist isn't bringing their entire touring market to a virtual concert is because their touring strategy and the business of their live touring is a significant revenue stream for them that they're not going to cannibalize just to test one thing where an audience may not be ready yet. So it kind of goes back to what I say a lot, which sounds philosophical, but timing is everything. And you'll see the way we launch certain things and how we launch them at a particular time is because of our strategy. There's a lot of strategy behind the scenes. And even when we joke about Aaron giving alpha, it's we tell you everything if we could, but also if you knew everything about where you're headed in life, it wouldn't be as exciting anyway. So you want to know, and then you also don't want to know. But the simple answer to your question is music will be transformed just the way movies and TV and everyone will be transformed by simply the evolution of the internet.
Now, everything's telling me not to ask, but Aaron, she mentioned soon. How soon?
You're asking him? Why didn't you ask me?
Well, I mean, I thought he was the one that leaks. Okay, I listened to her. How soon are we talking here? How soon are we talking?
Soon as soon.
Soon as soon. Okay.
Pretty soon.
Okay.
Very soon.
Pretty soon.
Pretty, very nice, beautiful. Okay, so quick question regarding Ethereum NFTs.
I think that the real answer to that question is the tech is ready. We love it. It's, everyone who's touching it loves it. We've taken a different approach to building it to others that are out there, which has taken a little bit longer. And we're proud of that. And that'll become evident when we kind of launch it, why that's important. But it's just now the kind of other bits around the launch, partners, announcements, some great artists that are on board creating with it, all of that kind of stuff.
Timing is everything, right? I hear you.
Yeah.
So I wanted to quickly talk about the Ethereum NFTs that collections companies that we've recently partnered with, because it feels like there's a narrative within the space of people saying, the old guard is dead. They're not doing anything cool. But Futureverse is out here saying, hey, do you guys want to partner up? So what have you guys kind of seen that you really like about some of the other collections that are very notable on ETH? And I'm not sure which one of you wants to kind of jump into that first.
I think, like we've kind of always said, the mission is the open metaverse, and there's these great communities out there with great content, and I think you're right. Some of them kind of looking for opportunities to do something else with that content, and we've always maintained the view that if this, the value proposition of NFTs is ownership, right? But ownership is meaningless without interoperability. And so us being able to kind of reach out to these other communities and say, hey, let's show the value of NFTs through openness and interoperability is good for everyone. It's good for them and their communities. It's good for us and our communities. It's good for us and our technology. And the platforms that we're building to demonstrate to the world that there is something different about the way that this technology can deliver a value proposition to users. If we don't show that, we don't prove that, then the whole thing's a meme. The whole thing is pointless. And Shara talked a little bit earlier about some of the unsexy stuff. There's kind of these deep standards, based tech things that we're doing with the way assets are created and distributed between applications. That's kind of boring, but at the same time, the most important thing, because without that, we don't prove why Web3 is important. And particularly, I think, to the mainstream gamer audience, they've looked at this space and said, yeah, there's this trading meme going on if you're interested in doing that. But from a game and experience point of view, we don't see the value. And if we do one thing with everything we're doing at Futureverse to show how different content owned by different people, built by different people, can interop in applications, then I think our mission is well advanced by doing that. And it's been really great, actually, under the surface, collaborating with the teams behind those projects, because they fundamentally believe the same thing.
So I'm curious, as you guys are kind of at the stage where everything seems to be kind of lining up for the big unveil of what's going on, is there any big challenges you guys are facing? Is there anything that the humble community, let's go everybody in the chat, can do to help elevate you guys as you're kind of on this journey?
I mean, I think we have an awesome group of community members out there that get behind us and support us and love what we're doing. I won't say that that's always that they're always kind of in a positive mode. Let's be honest about that. But at the same time,
where are the funners at? That's crazy. Yo, JJ, what's going on? I didn't say replayability. I said reliability. Gotcha. Apologies on that. That makes way more sense. Pitch Dark, have yourself a good one. GN, I don't know if you're watching way back. JJ, same with yourself. I think I'm seeing a couple comments. I'm assuming the elderly one was in reference to the question of, if you're on a bus and you give up your seat, which of these three people do you take? So if you're watching way later in the stream, just know that we are live on X. You can't go back, but if you are on X and you're wanting to see what the Third Kingdom looked like, if you haven't been able to play it, if you go to the YouTube feed, you can scroll back and see what it looks like. We've played a little bit here and there. Having some issues. They did post in their Discord saying that the fix is unknown in terms of their estimated time of arrival. So that's good, but we still got more of this interview left. We'll figure out what we're doing after, but thank you guys for hanging out and hope you've been enjoying this older interview with Aaron and Shara.
We know that there is this fundamental kind of core community who believes in the vision and does their darndest to tell everyone else about it. I think that's kind of one of the superpowers. What we're seeing now, I think, and started off the show talking about this, is the transition from believers into builders. And more of that we see, the more that everyone's going to benefit from this. I think probably the other thing is just like patience. I know that that sounds maybe disconnected because people feel like they've been there for a long time, and in some senses they have. But we suffer a little bit at Futureverse from this kind of conglomerate discount, let's call it, where we're doing so many things that everyone looks at it and is like, that's just too complicated to get my head around. But the thing about that is that if you pull it off, then you become Apple or Google or Microsoft, you know? And so it's a harder path. It takes a bit more effort, takes a bit more time. It's harder for people to get in the beginning. But if you pull it off, you're outsized, you're asymmetrically more powerful than people who don't. And so we're on that journey. And if people can kind of get their heads around that, then I think that'll help us together as a community get out there and push this thing further. Like I said, we're here to spark the fire and pour gas on it from time to time, but you're the guys that keep it going.
It takes a lot more energy to look at the things that you don't like than to look at the things you do and be in awe and magic of them. And I think that the way that Aaron and I stay laser focused in an area that has a lot of focuses, because people will ask us, like, you're moving a mile a minute and you're doing a million things a minute, yet we're laser focused. And the way that we're laser focused is we look at the things that are working, and when we do, we continue to move them forward, and then everything else starts to catch up. And so that's the beauty of your choice at any moment, is to choose the things you love and not the things you don't. And when we talk about manifesting, that's kind of the secret. So we're hugely grateful to the community for all of their support, and frankly, actually, when people step up and start to knock it, it's amazing to see what the community will go do and support it, because like we said, they understand and they're in the weeds, and those are the people we want to be in the weeds. But don't feel like everyone has to be in the weeds, because there's something for everyone. And when you feed someone something, they're really happy if they're looking at the thing that they love and they had an amazing experience with that particular thing. So that's what we do to execute and to keep building the way we're building. And we're incredibly proud of the teams that we have, the way that they're focused, the way that we're executing. I mean, I just want to go back without going back to really hit the reality. What we did to build Reebok on Instagram, no one in this space has done. Everyone's talking about working with big brands and all these things and all their announcements. And what went on in that building with Reebok, or all the buildings, I think everyone's seen me go back and forth to Boston and New York, and I've been all the way up with Todd, and you name it in that company, we're in there so deeply, and they're so proud of what's been done because no one has come in to innovate with technology. And so that's the thing, is that's just one example of the things that you're going to continue to see from us. You just said, oh, we're waiting for the big thing. Everything is the big thing that we're doing. So it's not like, let's sit and wait for some big thing. It's let's look at all the things we're doing, because what we're delivering on a daily basis is 20 times more than what we see most people deliver. And even the term proof of concept, I think the way you asked the question was right, so that people can understand, but or not right, but a good way to position it. But I do think that what in life isn't a proof of concept? You're proving some concept and then iterating it until it becomes exactly what you need it to be. So we don't think we have anything that isn't a proof of concept in life. And that's how you should build, so that the metaverse will never be finished. We've said that a lot of times before, but it will never be fully built. So everything is just a piece of the puzzle. And that's kind of how we view what we do.
Stand back.
I was about to say, I'm taking the over on Shara writing a book one day about manifesting and all these terms. I'm ready for it.
I just do it. I invite you all to do it with us, because imagine what would happen if we all put our mind to one thing. In fact, you know what? And I didn't even tell Aaron this, but I have a text from someone in relation to the alpha that Aaron is not allowed to say. And when I can reveal who sent me this text, it says, unbelievable. I know you can do anything you put your mind to.
Unbelievable.
After I told him what we did. And that's where it's true. Put your mind to it and do it. And so we're sitting in that seat, and we welcome anyone that wants to get into our boat and sail
And do
with
unbelievable
us.
things.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. All right, so I'm going to try to do an unbelievable thing. I got about 10 questions here. We have like 10 minutes left. We're going to go through a rapid fire here. I didn't really think about, okay, who we're going to position for. So Shara, you get to answer first, and then Aaron, you can jump in. Maybe 30 seconds each.
Are
You can
they
also
fun
say
facts?
pass.
Are they fun facts or work things?
It's work things. I suck. Now that you mention that, I feel
Where's the fun?
it's not
Where
fun.
is the fun fact?
I know. Oh my goodness.
I was actually gonna tell you that we were maybe gonna get ready to launch Jen on my birthday, but then I was like, you should put there. That'll give you a clue. You didn't ask anything fun though, like when's your birthday and what are you doing for it? And
When's your birthday?
you're
See,
all about-
is it awkward now if I do that though? That's the question. What if we all get you birthday presents? Can we have like a root address that we can all send things to?
Oh,
Captain.root.
Wait, isn't that your wallet? Yeah,
wait, Aaron's like, send all of Sarah's birthday presents to my wallet. I'll get them to her. No, I was just asking for the fun because that's the point. We have way more fun than anyone believes that we have. I think
Facts.
that's the point. We're not out here like we're out here loving what we do, and that's why amazing stuff is happening.
So am I allowed to go to the unfun questions, or didn't even even work on things on the fly? Okay, well, listen, I can think of some of the different things here, but okay. So will we see Professor Jenny Bryan again? Listen, we're showing the apes. We've had Jenny Bryan pop up here and there. Are we gonna be able to learn more about her story soon?
Yeah, it's actually one thing, not specifically Jenny Bryan, but I think we'll start to introduce a new face of ASM out there in the market, and been kind of a lot of back behind the scenes work, and you've seen us pop up with the vision paper on ASM 2.0. Next iteration of that paper coming out with a bit more detail on the protocol layer and how that affects the way that brains and ASTO and all those kinds of things work, and so and how it interops with the Murmur matrix on a protocol level. And so as part of that, we'll start to kind of introduce a new person to kind of lead the community on that side of things, and so I'm excited about that. Maybe they'll take Jenny Bryan as their moniker and go ahead from that point of view.
It's Hot Dog King. I'll just reveal it right now.
That's actually the thing. That's gonna be wild to see the narrative across Web3. Hey guys, you seen Futureverse? They are the Hot Dog King.
It's really funny. Almost every time, no, not almost, literally every time we put out a new version of our AI models internally, whether it's generating, hyper realistic, environments or characters or weapons or personalities, we always test with the Hot Dog King now. It's become a meme internally. It's quite fun.
It's
Including on Jen.
Yeah.
Most of Aaron's prompts that are saved are Hot Dog King with a few other
related.
I was about to say, is that supposed to be like music from like if you're at a food truck or how exactly does that?
It actually, you know what? It kind of understood the brief, and it gave this kind of like, royal entrance type vibe to it. So
three things here before I let you guys go. Number one, Shara, The Hunt. We've heard about it. South by Southwest was the last kind of bring up of that. Is there anything that potentially we hear about it again soon?
You'll hear about it soon.
Soon. Very soon.
Everything's a piece of the puzzle, and we're in a lot of conversations with a lot of brands and IP, and the intricacy of how the hunt will move through the Readyverse and open, we will share more on very soon.
Amazing.
And I think also you'll see a little bit more about how the Readyverse is coming together. Well, a lot more actually about how the Readyverse technology is coming together with our Consensus 24 panel next week. So we have a featured panel for those of you who don't know, with myself, Shara, Ernie, and Dan at Consensus in Austin, and we'll be showcasing the next kind of unlock in terms of revealing what's been built under the hood to bring the Readyverse to life.
And if I can get a prediction from both of you regarding how big of an impact digital assets will play a part in our future, and maybe Aaron, start with you and then Shara.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that is true now, and probably only really become true in the last 12 months, is digital assets are here to stay and are going to be the fabric by which value is transferred in the future, stored and transferred. And I think now people across, you know, the mainstream, unless they're got their head in the sand or they're stuck on a bias from 10 years ago, are realizing that that is an inevitable future. And whether it's gaming companies or tech companies or finance companies, or, you know, or anyone that's kind of trying to move value around, I think that the realization is that it's now inevitable that's going to be the case. And so it will impact every part of everyone's lives. And hopefully, you know, two things will be true about that. One is that they won't notice it, and two is that we'll be underneath it.
Shara, predictions for digital assets impacting our future.
The future is here and they're impacting it. They're everything that we'll know. It just depends on the generation. The youngest generation right now, that's all that they'll know. The next few years are going to showcase just the blurred line between the physical and the digital. We always say we're already in the metaverse. It's just how much do we use these things, and what do you classify as a digital asset? Because everything in theory that you transact or trade or experience or connect with is look, we're in a digital world, but in our minds, it's not that it's not if, it's already here, and now it's just expanding considerably.
Final point. Here's the fun one. What are your guys' favorite artist, band, musician right now? Aaron, we'll start with you.
God, that's a tough one. If I go on all time, then it'll probably be Metallica.
Nice.
If I go what I'm like kind of vibing right now, Frankie Wah.
I'm not sure who that is, but sounds like an
Look it up.
absolutely delightful musician.
DJ.
Oh, okay. Amazing. Shara, how about yourself?
Well, everyone already knows I'm a Swiftie, so that's that. But I'm always into everything. I mean, I'm a music person through and through. You'll find me at any concert. I'm going to Zach Bryan. This guy Shabuzi's blowing up in sort of the hip hop country vibe, and he is killing it. I just went to see his show the other night. So you name it, I'm into it. If it's someone that's doing something interesting and changing the world, I love it. And if it moves me, I love it even more.
Amazing. Guys, thank you so much for this. It's been amazing. Starting to follow
Banger, triple double, banger.
Yo, IU Ball, other side coming soon in hardcore. We have a YouTube video that was me and Plunge Father. And it was an unlisted YouTube video that was showing the NBA Top Shot game before it's released. And I thought people would go wild for that video because it was honestly pretty cool looking. Nobody cared. Unbelievable. Yo, well, nah. Dude, we're waiting for this game to work. The Third Kingdom. What do you think of the soundtrack? You gotta let it go for a little bit. You gotta get into the vibe. It's a real orchestra, the Budapest Orchestra. You want me to see the video? Yo, JG, what's going on? Yo, how many people are lurking right now? We've been chilling back here. We just been waiting. They have no idea what the ETA is for the fix. So it's you and I, and I guess our computers. Isn't it great that even though nothing is going on here, and I mean like actually nothing, you are able to go out, go on various websites, do whatever the hell you want to play a game, you want to watch Netflix. I like how we say like watch Netflix and it just like incorporates an entire slew of, hey, I'm watching random shows or movies. Also, side note, does it ever suck how many crazy websites in terms of sports? You want to watch a certain league? Don't even think about it. It's not going to be on something you already have. You got to buy a new service. It's like Football TV has Premier League, DAZN has Champions League. If you want the NFL, you have to have DAZN. If you want certain hockey, you have to have Sportsnet, or sometimes Sportsnet Plus now. There's TSN if you have a TV subscription. And then Amazon is starting to get sports too. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm lurking like a little goblin under a bridge. Hell yeah. Love to hear it. What's this game about? Crypto? Yes, sir. Well, that's potentially maybe what we could look into next. Is one of the videos about the Third Kingdom. Trying to think of what we have. Like how we did like quest speculations. What is a burrow? Oh, the Asto papers. That could be something here. Yo, Fluf World sweeps. You guys remember that day? Yo, that's crazy. Relive the memories. Don't you just wish we could have Animal PFP backs minting live? It's crazy that just like nobody's doing anything whatsoever. Okay, do you guys want to go over the ASM paper? So that's option number one.
Chiller, whatever you want to call me.
Yo, triple banger. So we have that. I don't know if there's any super heavy futuristic or Futureverse only ones. Late night, the future is started. Nah, that's a crazy clip. Yo, the bird thumbnail. Yo, that one's amazing. Yo, look at the Freaky Friday one. We have the ape and the fluff. Tell me that isn't an absolutely incredible thumbnail. Oh, and so 5 months ago, you can see like my bored ape in the Futureverse ape renditions right in the corner above my mouse here. It's kind of like try to put it next to it. See my mouse right next to it? 5 months ago was the last mention of that. That's still to come. So when bored apes in everything Readyverse. Neo Tokyo announcement tomorrow could be interesting. Okay, let me go check out other videos that we've uploaded recently. Oh, yo, the 30 Men's Max ones. Oh, the community space. That one was really good too. The ASM one. So let's here's one for you. Let's go back to what we had to say about the Third Kingdom Prism mint when it happened. Were people bullish? Were people bearish? Do you remember?
Prisms, I've tried to just sit in the chats and accumulate as much knowledge, perspective, opinions on all of this as I can. I'm going to break down this, first of all, from just reading over the articles, making points along the way. So this is going to be a read-through. If you want to relax, grab a bag of popcorn, maybe order some DoorDash. You're more than welcome to. So next week we have the Third Kingdom Prism sale. Looks like there's going to be about 6
How long ago was this? Oh, shoot. I pulled that too far. So this was 6 months ago. So this was March 20th when we made this video.
Looks like there's going to be about 6 different ones, assuming these diamonds are actually a part of it, but these ones are going to be premium prisms. And the premium prisms are only available for this season 1. The Third Kingdom is an upcoming strategy.
You know,
simulation
why is this, who cares? Who cares? Listen, we've already gone over that. We've already lived it. We need excitement in our life. When TTK? When? Oh my goodness. I'm just going to click in. Okay. You can't even. But yeah, so there's a couple other games the Futureverse has. Racers, but notice that it looks like AI. You get it? It's like racers, but it's AI. Hysterical, right? And then Muhammad Ali Next Legends. So they're talking about the different IPs coming into the space. Does UFC, does boxing, does anything really take a big rip? I'm not sure if there's any fighter games that are super mainstream right now. Like, hasn't it just been UFC? I mean, I guess WWE's done some fairly notable things as well, but I'm trying to think of PC only games, and I don't know if I know any. Still think I want to do a video of some sort. Excuse me. Oh, yo, you know, so we actually have some recent interviews. This would actually be pretty fire. So we have one with Believins and then one with the team from Drug Receipts. And they do go a fair bit into... I gotta stop the music. Their thoughts on Futureverse as a whole, but I thought this entire session was really interesting. If you guys haven't seen this, again, this is the Third Kingdom waiting room. We're going through some old Futureverse content. If you haven't seen it, my name's the Schillerverse, Steve, call me whatever the hell you want, and I've been covering Futureverse for a while. We do a daily live stream called XFeed, where we go over your tweets highlighting the news of the day regarding everything within Web3. And I have done a lot of different interviews, including RWA segments. If you're interested in learning a little bit more about real world assets, down in the description below on YouTube or in my X bio, we did launch a new episode today where we talked with somebody who was tokenizing diamonds, which is crazy. A lot of stuff that we see. Ayubal joking about the animal PFPs, but there is a lot of real things coming on chain. It sounds science fiction before, but now it is nonfiction. Yeah. All right, here's the interview that I did with the DRX team, which did the recent Futureverse merch drop.
It's important to understand that, you know, all roads will eventually kind of lead to Futureverse.
Actually, let's recharacterize it. All questions lead to Futureverse, and they're coming up with answers to address that.
You guys have had the merch drop that came out, and it said that the mint was going to stop on it on the 14th, but now we're a few days beyond that. So what's the deal with the merch? What do we need to know?
So the only thing that's changed is that we've extended the mint. The idea all along was that you would be able to get it through Root initially, and then it would always be available in our store, because one of the things that we take pride in is developing the store that blends Web 2 and Web 3 commerce and functionality. So we've always had a token gated store where people can connect their wallets, get tiered discounts, and get access to exclusive merch. So we always knew that that would be a part of the Fluf merch drop. But the kind of the big innovation here, the headline, was that you'd be able to purchase en route. So that was the initial mint offering. And as stated, the only thing that changed was, whereas the initial mint offering was only going to be open for a couple of weeks, we've now extended it to a full month.
And so with the extension of that, does that mean anything like in specific with it going out? So that just essentially means that if you're still wanting to buy merch within Root, you're able to. And I'm trying to recall back, and Trevor, I think you were on a Spaces with Max, or maybe it was Bildo, where you were kind of going through, you know, there was some hiccups on certain things, and the Shopify is now changing the way that they're integrating with crypto. So it sounded like it was kind of convoluted, not just the simple, hey, plug and play situation.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I mean, that's the nature of Web3, right? Everything's kind of a work in progress, you know, and you iterate and improve, and as you roll things out, things break, and that's part of the fun of what we're doing. So yeah, we had a few things along the way like that. We had built a fully operable app, and then Shopify changed the rules on us, and we had to go back to the drawing board and rebuild a few things, and that's still very much a work in progress. So we're getting there. And the technology is definitely there. So we'll be rolling out the products on the drx.store for those who want to purchase in fiat, probably by the time this thing goes live. And so we wanted to, as Arlo points out, give people the opportunity to choose now. So we made the call to extend the mint So if you want to buy using fiat, using your credit card, you can do that through the store. If you want to buy with Root, you can still do that for another, what is it, couple of weeks, Arlo?
Something that kind of brings those two ideas together and gives you a peek kind of behind the curtain a little bit. But the main idea, the original idea, was that you'd be able to do it all in one place, that you would be able to go onto our store, either buy it in Root or buy it in fiat. But the technology's not there yet. All, as Trevor said, all this technology is stuff that we have to innovate ourselves. So some proves to be more difficult than others. And so then you just have to figure out what's a way to get a step forward. And so that's what we've got right now. And one more note about extending the mint is normally that's not something that we would do or that you would do in Web3, because usually you're trying to protect, rarity or exclusivity or early access, things like that. But in this case, there is no limited supply. There is no rarity. So we didn't really see any harm in extending the mint a little longer. We were just trying to make sure that people that wanted it would be able to get access to it. And as we rolled out the products in our store, we wanted there to be some overlap.
Well, I think with merch in general, it's definitely a whole nother beast, because I mean, traditionally for these NFTs, it's kind of, simplistic. Hey, buying, selling, trading. But I don't think we've adopted that, inside the metaverse, digital clothing as of yet. Again, we're working on that, getting closer and closer every single day. But what I've heard from some people, and shout out to Dowser from the Futureverse community, actually was down near me, and so I got to meet in person, and he was just talking generally about how he's had some friends and whatnot that got into merchandise, or they have a big brand and they're trying to get into just selling merch, and they've found it to be hell of an experience, and it's really about how and all this other stuff. So can you guys, whether it's Trev or Arlo, talk a little bit about how you guys set up the suppliers for it? Is it simply you guys yourself, or what did that process look like when setting everything up?
Trevor, I'll let you take it. I'm just going to ask for one point of clarification. Are you talking about the physical merch or the digital merch, or all of it?
For the physical, but now that you bring up the digital, you're right. We should be talking about the digital too.
Because
So,
they both
yeah,
have
absolutely.
pipelines. Right. They both have their own pipelines. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So look, we probably, like Dowser, we went through a whole lot of R&D early on. When we started this brand, we looked at a lot of different models. We contemplated very seriously the idea of drop shipping and print on demand. That made a lot of sense on the surface, because in this Web3 space, there was a lot of call in the early days. People wanted to rock their NFTs on merch, right? So the idea that you could just connect to some kind of back end, drop your NFT graphics onto some kind of merch products, and then have it printed and shipped out, was really, really popular and in demand. And so that was the original thesis. We were going to go down that road. But what we soon discovered was there was a couple of really big problems for us with that. Not the least of which is there's already a lot of companies out there that you can do that, right? Most of the NFT companies, you can get your artwork from the NFT in a high res format, and you can go onto one of these big print on demand type services and do whatever you want with it. So we didn't really want to compete against those guys. But the big one for us was the loss of control over quality. I'm sure that we can all think back to a few of the not so salubrious merch drops that have happened from some of the big Web3 brands that have come along the way. And that is one of the things that we wanted to make sure we avoided. We wanted to promise the idea that what you see in the digital is also what you get in the physical, and the quality is really high. And so in that vein, we then went in and invested quite heavily and spent a lot of time and money moving through and burning through different manufacturers to find the right people to make our goods. So now we have a range of facilities, mostly in Indonesia. We have a guy on the ground. One of our team members, shout out to Don, is on the ground down there in the factories, and he's able to get in there, and we've got that really hands-on approach. We can influence the entire process from, and we don't use any blanks or anything like that. So everything we produce is custom made now, and all goes through those factories that we've sort of tried and tested for quality and assurance. And the onesie was probably our.
It looks really good. Like, is that fully stitched and everything with the logo? Because I thought it's.
So these are embroidered. There's a huge patch
amazing.
on the back. Well, yeah. And so we went through. I mean, this is an enormous undertaking, right? For Arlo to draw this, and then for someone to go and have to make it physically and make it look as good and of the quality that it is. that was a lot of work. You know, we went through a number of suppliers. I mean, even just getting embroidered patches, we went through, I think, about 4 different providers before we found the guys that we now use that did it to a really, really high standard. So I think the baptism of fire for us was the onesie project. By the time we got through this, we had some great supplies in mind. I mean, this is custom fabric that's printed from scratch and all of that sort of stuff. So, you know, we now have our own network, and we're leveraging that network now for other brands. So Futureverse merch is one of the first iterations of that. We're also working with another Web3 project at the moment to build their merch out. So we're starting to build a pipeline and offer that as a service to other projects. So Dowser, if you're still keen, mate, hit us up. We'll be able to take care of you.
So I want to get into the digital implementation here in just a moment, but when you are talking about how you sourced all these things and went through significant effort, and it was specifically for the DRX merch initially, but then for this merch drop, it's coming through like the Futureverse lens more specifically. Can you talk about what your guys' relationship is with Futureverse for anybody that might not know?
Yes,
So
sure.
let me add a little bit of background to it also, because we are a part of the Futureverse ecosystem, and we always have been. So Drug Receipt started as a project with me and Brooke Howard-Smith, who was one of the original founders of NFL, which became Futureverse. So a bit oversimplified, but it sort of gives you enough information to provide some context and background here. But so Brooke and I were partnered on a company 30 years ago in the action sports industry. It was a rollerblading accessories and apparel company called Synod. It was the biggest brand in that burgeoning action sport. And we were really successful with that company. Brooke and I were best friends for a long time. He's from New Zealand, I'm from Texas, but we met in Southern California and spent a lot of time out there sort of building this new action sports industry. We were part of the first X Games. We were part of the first World Championships for rollerblading. But so when we talk about building these supply chains in physical apparel, we also had a little bit of a head start in that Brooke and I have a background in merchandise and apparel. And I've been with several companies since then doing the same type of thing. So we had not as steep of a learning curve because we knew sort of the ins and outs of the industry. Finding the right manufacturers is a different ballgame. You still always have to do your due diligence, but we kind of knew the right questions to ask. We knew the right places to go. We knew how to put together tech packs. It's like we didn't have to reinvent the wheel. And which is why, as a part of the Futureverse, which has vast resources and they know their way around the Web3 space and technology and 3D modeling and everything else that they do, all the innovative stuff that they're doing. But when it comes to merchandising and physical goods and apparel, that's a different beast. You kind of have to know what you're doing. And so that's why they came to us as part of their environment, but people that they knew had experience in this space, and asked them to help get this merch release out, which is what we've done for them. Because it's something that people have been waiting for and asking for years since the inception of the project. And so now we're happy to help finally make it reality.
Well, I wonder, Trevor, I don't know, could you add to that at all? Because that was great points from Arlo, and it's really just making me think of the Futureverse and them saying, hey, we've kind of built all of these different companies, but also brought them under one roof. And I think from somebody who's really not behind the scenes, trying to consume everything, connect the dots and all that, we're seeing all these different teams that are really getting down into, on the streets, as you were saying, for Dom or Don. And it's, it's wild to watch, but also I don't know if we can comprehend the amount of depth that's a part of what Futureverse is.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's that old meme of the iceberg, right? Where you see the tip and it looks shiny and the sun glistens off it and everybody is attracted by the shining light and it looks impressive. But what you don't see is what's going on underneath the surface. And I know that, our small part in it, and I'm fortunate enough to have, I guess, a little bit of a deeper insight being close to Aaron and the team at Futureverse. I get a little bit more of, I guess, insight into what's going on there. And I can tell you that, the amount of effort and work that goes into what you guys see on the surface is really mind-blowing. There's some incredibly talented people in there. And I always, I say to Aaron and Jeff, rebuilding the internet is hard, right? It's really hard, and we end up with all of these issues. I mean, just for us, for an example from the DRX side, there was no technology to deliver digital and physical products. That just didn't exist. It was one or the other. And you would have seen in the earlier days or before we built our tech that people were selling merch in a traditional sense and trying their best to kind of connect it with this digital idea of NFTs and Web3 gaming and all of those sorts of IPs that were coming out. But there was no system that could do it. And so we, as a streetwear brand, went, well, we're going to have to build it, right? If we want to do this, then we're going to have to build that. So suddenly we're now have this sort of technology arm of Drug Receipts that we call DRX, which is building out, e-commerce technology in partnership with Futureverse. And, so that gives you an understanding of just how quickly we have to adapt and grow as an ecosystem. So, the team are working really hard on this idea of swappable so that we can make the digital wearables a reality, right? Well, that's an enormous problem. I mean, I remember back in the day when we first started talking about Drug Receipts, we did the first drop, we started talking about digital products. We all were like, yeah, we're going to do digital wearables and you'll be able to rock around the metaverse. And it just fell out of your mouth like it was no big deal. And then when you actually realize, holy shit, that's a near impossible thing to achieve. And it's only been with things like the development of generative AI and the technology that ASM are building and, the pieces of this jigsaw that kind of puzzle together that we've been able to achieve it, right? If it wasn't for that, we'd still be selling a promise. And now we're actually delivering on that promise. So, so it's important to understand that, all roads will eventually kind of lead to Futureverse, in my opinion. They're building that interoperability layer that will enable these experiences to happen. And so while you see the shiny stuff, the Readyverse, you see Gen AI, you see, Drug Receipts and our e-commerce technology, and you see all these bits and pieces on the surface, what's happening underneath is that this is all coming together and starting to run as one big bad engine. And the onboarding of some of these other brands that are coming into the space that people are getting excited about is indicative of that, right? So the other brands in Web3 are starting to go, these guys are figuring it out and we need to jump on board with that. So it's really exciting.
All roads lead to Futureverse. You guys need to take that quote, slap it on a shirt. That's going to be a bestseller. And that was a great line right there. Absolutely love it. Holy smoke. So, I mean, Trevor, you kind of talk and you had the essence of being a little bit closer to the team where you're like, okay, there's, some exciting things going on. And we'll get a little bit more into that. And we're still going to touch on digital wearables, but for Arlo, when, you started this Drug Receipts aspect and you were friends with Brooke, and a lot of people remember Brooke as he was a part of Futureverse as well. And he's not as kind of front facing with Futureverse anymore, but I mean, as Trevor just put it, all roads lead to Futureverse, and now you're kind of a part of something special. Was there any kind of point of you guys doing something specific with Drug Receipts? Maybe it was even this merch drop where you're like, hey, we have the potential to really kind of start, upping our game because more and more eyes are going to be coming on us.
Yeah, we've known that all along. I mean, we've been a part of Futureverse since its inception. So we've always been aware of kind of like potential, right? The ceiling, the bar has always been set high, and we've always aimed for it. I mean, we've always tried to push technology, push the limits of our offerings, and tried to conceive of, how we can push the technology forward and offer something novel and of value to the space. Because Futureverse really does cover and offer so much, it really took a little bit of thinking initially to find our lane. I mean, the raw ingredients and elements were there, but just figuring out how to articulate it and really understand what it was and then be able to see the path forward took a little bit of work. But once we saw it and committed to it, yeah, I think that it's been really fruitful. And now it has landed us at a place where, as you say, yes, we have an opportunity to show a wider audience all the stuff that we've been working on for the past 3 years. Because it's not like just all of a sudden Futureverse said, hey, do you guys want to do our t-shirts? And we're like, oh, let's do a store. Let's do Web3 commerce. Let's do token gating. We've been building that stuff, all along in the background. Our community is aware of it, but now we get to share it with the wider ecosystem.
Well, Trevor, I know that on the One Spaces you were talking kind of about like the problems that you guys had, but you know, Arlo talking now again about like, hey, we've done all this stuff and like our close knit people have seen it, but now it's going to be to the bigger audience. But it takes me back to just the broad Web3 landscape that I think people vastly underestimate. And I'm caught myself kind of realizing this, that this stuff takes time. It is, as you were saying earlier, the recreation of the internet. And I'm just curious, as someone who's gone through a lot of headaches that you can't really say, you know, publicly of, hey, this went wrong or this didn't work or this went sideways, and you kind of have to hold it back and people don't get to see that full picture, even though we scream about transparency and whatnot. Do you have kind of just any notions for people out there that don't get to see the behind the scenes of how hard this actually is?
Yeah, I mean, well, you've now done a drop, right? So you've learned what goes into building up to and leading to something like this. Yeah, you know, I think one of the things that people don't realize is when you conceive something in your mind based on the information that you have at hand, you're really basing a Web3 decision on a Web2 reality. And when you move into Web3, you suddenly start to realize that none of this stuff exists. Everything's being built. And when everything's just being built, you know, we're leveraging brand new technology. I mean, as we were building out this merch drop and as we were literally doing the digital products and working with the Futureverse team on the designs and creating the digitals and getting them wearable, suddenly the swappables technology got to a point where we could take advantage of that. And so that changed everything, right? So prior to that happening, we weren't planning on having that as part of the drop. And then all of a sudden it was like, well, hang on, we're about to deliver this, and this can be a showcase of how we deliver that. And we're like, okay, well, then we bump the merch drop a little bit longer and we wait for that to finish. Then we got to go through testing and everything. And then as we were doing that, something else comes out and they're like, oh, now we're going to do it right then. So and eventually you've got to go, no, that's it. Draw a line in the sand, you know, because it could never end, right? You know, in 2 months' time, there'll be some other feature and people will be screaming, why didn't you do that with your merch drop? We'll be like, because we can't do everything. You've been waiting. At some point, we've got to draw a line in the sand. So yeah, I mean, you know, the challenges are there, and then there's all the usual business challenges. I mean, we lost our key developer right at the 11th hour. You know, they left the project, and we had to suddenly find and train and rebuild a whole new developer who's never seen the root network before, never tried to build on that framework. This is all brand new tech.
That sounds absolutely nightmarish.
Oh, Web3 developer coming in who's Ethereum based and has experience in smart contracts on the Ethereum network. And they come in and start looking at the root network and going, well, hang on, this is nothing, you know, it's similar, it's EVM, but it's not the same. And now they've got to relearn everything. And so what should have taken, you know, maybe a few weeks has now taken a couple of months because we've got to bring a whole new developer up to speed. So that's a very traditional problem, right? Any business could relate to that, where you've got people that are moving and coming and going, and you've got to train new staff. But when you're doing that, plus everything's brand new and being built on the fly and not everything works perfectly yet, you've got these compounding issues that you've got to overcome. So whenever I see somebody deliver something like what we've just done, or some of the feature updates that you see from Futureverse coming out and other projects in Web3, I'm always like, man, I can only imagine the sorts of things that those guys had to overcome to make that possible. And most of that just goes unnoticed, you know. And so I encourage all of you out there that are watching this, that are in the Web3 greater community, to rein back your FUD a little bit, because you don't know what's going on behind the scenes and how much effort and work and challenges that are being overcome. You might see one little piece of it and go, oh, why didn't that happen? Or this isn't good enough. But you haven't seen all of the other stuff that's gone to get to that point. So always, you know, hold your beer and just let these guys do their job, because they're smart people and they're working really hard to build these experiences.
Well, I think there's also not really any AI tooling. We talk all about AI, but obviously with X, there's Grok, there's ChatGPT that people are starting to integrate. But Futureverse has highlighted, hey, we're trying to build some of these AI tooling, and I think it's going to be really exciting to see what that happens. But now, finally, to talk about the digital wearables, Arlo, how impactful do you think that that's going to be for people being able to dress however they want in the metaverse? And I don't mean just necessarily for the Futureverse merch drop or anything else you were doing. I'm just meaning on kind of like a global scale. We have all of these, you know, is it a narrative? Is it hyperbole? But saying people are going to care more about what they look like digitally than they do physically. How much weight do you put into that conversation?
Well, when you look at the analogs, I mean, if you look at analog existence, for instance, But if you look at video games, I mean, one of the first things that you get in any of these environments, whether it's the analog world or it's video game environments, is the ability to customize your characters, your avatars, your appearance in these things. Because yeah, we are vain creatures, but we also care about self-expression. We want to be unique and identifiable, and we care about our appearance. And so the metaverse is, not only is it not going to be not any different than any of those others, but it's probably going to be more than all of the others, as people are spending more and more of their time in those kinds of environments. And it probably remains to be seen what that will look like, whether we're in games or whether we are socializing in lounges or things like that, what avatars will even mean in that space. But to some degree or another, we are going to be occupying these new spaces. And yes, absolutely. What's true in the rest of our lives will be true in the metaverse, and people will want to express themselves. And so typically, historically, how we do that is through dressing your avatars. And so there's good reason why people have such high projections for the apparel industry in Web3. And, you know, with Futureverse and drug receipts, we are just trying to do our part to kind of bridge the gap from where we are now to getting into that brave new world.
Amazing. I'm trying to think for myself. The only other kind of like digital wearables that I can think of from Web3 was that for Yuga and Bored Apes, they gave out like Decentraland hoodies of like the original BAYC one. And obviously, unfortunately, it seems like Decentraland's not as front facing as it once was, and everybody was super excited about it. But for Open, Readyverse, everything else that's going on here in these other metaverses, do you think that, you know, when you guys have these digital merch, that it's just going to be interoperable and easy, or do we have to focus on the fact of like the Readyverse standard, as Ernest Klein talked about at South by Southwest? How does that work? Is that where all roads lead to Futureverse, or how does the interoperability discussion kind of integrate with what Futureverse is doing?
Well, when you say so, all roads lead to Futureverse. Actually, let's recharacterize it. All questions lead to Futureverse, and they are coming up with answers to address that. So the interoperability, as Trevor discussed, you know, the problem of digital wearables is not just how do you get your graphics on a 3D render.
Yo, just to pause for a second, Algae, is it actually back, or has it been up and then it's crashed? I have a little bit of PTSD from the amount of times people said the game's back, so I will await your word. But oh my goodness, we might be back.
It's how do you get that 3D model to fit on avatars of all different shapes and sizes across all different platforms. When we did our first drop, it was basically one 3D rendering with an IOU. Says as this becomes available in different environments, we will make sure that we get you, you know, a proxy or a 3D rendering that will fit in that environment, or a digital wearable that will fit in that environment. And again, we weren't aware at the time that there would be a solution that was more efficient, more elegant than us having to recreate a different model for each one of those environments. Futureverse has come up with basically something that can instantly scale your wearable to any avatar. And so those kinds of solutions, which are coming from Futureverse, will go a long way toward answering those problems and those challenges.
You are now able to go live to the drx.store and grab the Futureverse merch using fiat, pay with whatever currency you want to pay with, and have it shipped all over the world. And we will distribute the digital wearables that go with your physical products straight into your FuturePass wallet. And the other thing that we want to announce while we're here is that we're also running a competition to win some party bears. We've got some other wearables available and some other prizes on offer. So keep an eye on the Drug Receipts X page and our social media, or just jump into our Discord and follow our announcements channel for more information about that. But that's a competition that'll be dropping very soon and may even be live by the time this podcast goes out. But we're encouraging people to use the digital wearable component of our drop, dress your party bears, share your favorite content, go as crazy as you like, and we'll be rewarding our favorites with some prizes, including party bears and other NFTs from the Futureverse ecosystem. So
That's like having a kid that wins best Halloween costume at school, right? But this time it's NFT based. All right, Algae, we haven't heard the update. We will close this and we will restart the game and try it another go. Again, for anyone joining late, thank you so much. We have been waiting for the Third Kingdom game to be fully functional. We've had some significant server delays. If you're watching on YouTube, you can go back and scroll and see some gameplay footage at the beginning. And some nice soundtracks, which I need to turn on. It makes it so much better. So much better. Okay, so we finally have resources that we can get. So you click. I guess we just hit collect. The collecting isn't instant, so I wonder if this is creating a transaction or if the game just isn't super quick. Is that not odd? I guess it's got to register. It is still fairly quick, just saying. Okay, so I clicked collect, but it didn't do anything. Because on the left side, wouldn't it show the resources that we would have gotten? So we can upgrade. That's building. We'll upgrade this as well. Apparently there was a known bug with the portal pay before. The buildings are not progressing, so I'm very fearful that the game isn't working correctly, because again, we did just hit collect, and I would assume that off the collections we would have numbers higher than 0, unless I'm missing an area on the menu of where to look. Oh, there we go. It's starting to work now. It says 30 minutes remaining. Wow. So the initial builds are fairly quick. The builds afterwards are time specific, and you can't pay to go faster. There's no way that I can spend kingdom coins to make the building faster. So when we have the questions of, is it pay to win? I mean, you can do things faster, but the greatest thing, my friend, is time itself. So I guess we're just waiting now, because we can't do more than 2 buildings. So I've prevented myself from filling all these plots. So I guess that would be step 1. We found the alpha. So you get the kingdom coins and you build across and build everything so it all starts under production, so you're not stuck waiting for buildings to finish. Because I would also imagine that the production stops while the building is happening. So that is what I would call, if nobody's called it, I would say the alpha is to build out a piece on each of your plots. That is a tweet. That is a tweet. I'm writing the tweet right now. Stupid phone. Almost there. I'm trying to reword. Okay, tweets going out. Yo, we're cooking. We're cooking. So this is like heavy metal where we find out things immediately because I just screwed myself because I need to demolish these if I want these to go quicker. But now I'm going to be slower because I'm just stuck. Well, all of these could be earning. And when we looked before, this is getting like 133 per hour. And it's got about 3 hours of production remaining until I guess like the capacity is full. That's what the reference is to that. But we want to be getting more quicker. And now we really just wait. Look how clear the water is. Full screen, it's even higher definition. That's sick. And we can see on the bottom now, the game looks like it is fully functional. You can see on the bottom left, we have the stone that we started with, alloys, gems, ooze. We don't have any gold production. But it looks like everything is fully functional. Bravo, bravo, bravo. What are you guys thinking of the soundtrack? Think of FIFA and how every single year there's a soundtrack on the FIFA games that goes super mega viral just because of the video game. There's a lot of them way back in the day. Or NASCAR games. There's a lot of insane hits that came from being in video games, including Rock Band, Guitar Hero. A couple of those made some huge resurgences. But then what about video game soundtracks? Mario. Well, this doesn't really fit the Mario theme. Elder Scrolls. Yeah, the orchestra that did something for Elder Scrolls also did the opening for the Third Kingdom. But it feels like a different vibe. Yo, Algie, hell yeah. Did you just hear me what I think the alpha is? I'm curious if you agree or disagree. If you didn't, I can re-say it. So I think that the alpha is to build out all of your plots first. Don't stop an upgrade because the upgrade is going to take 30 to 40 minutes on each of these, where I'm missing all these plots because the original build's like 60 seconds. So all of these could be producing, but I'm stuck. I can't demolish. I can't do anything. I can't speed it up. I'm completely stuck. I think we build out everything. This just feels like I'm in jail right now. It's awful. Your hands are tied. One pack should be good for early players. That's very interesting because I feel it can be taken advantage of or want to be used very aggressively from some. But if $2 is what it takes for people, and that's it, that's phenomenal. Truly. And for anyone tuning in a bit late, if you're not wanting to watch kind of nothing going on the YouTube channel, we did just play the interview that we had with the DRX team. Moments ago, we had the replay of Aaron and Shara interview that I had with them a while ago, which was super cool. And then you could see earlier what it was when we first saw everything. Again, note if you are on Tradeverse, making sure the prisms that have the metadata that they're deployed, do not purchase them. Don't need to go crazy over this game. Still can absolutely play for free. See if you vibe with it. See if you don't. Call I made earlier, I really think people, if you have any kind of computer job, people would just have this on the side. It's easy. People like easy things that aren't stressful. You have some nice music. You're harvesting. Life is good. Once you start collecting, you won't even need the Kingdom Coin. Nice. So we can also remove the surrealscapes too. Not exactly sure how that works, but we can see it does give a plus 12% production bonus. And for the different costs, these are all the assets materials. You can see on the left side, it's just matching the colors for stone. 11,100, 11,100. List goes on and on and on. And so right now, after the game's been down, but I don't know, I guess we'll call it like an hour of playing, we have about 200. So really wish we were cranking on all fronts, having all the production systems. If I did that, I would be in a much, much better place. Within like 20 minutes, we can fix it, and then everything will be fine. True. There's no way it broke again. Nah. Nah, nah, that's foul. Everything was looking up. And then it all came crashing down so fast. Yo, yours like okay, we'll try it. We'll try again. All 11 minutes. Yo, I have a question for any foodie out there. Is Krispy Kreme any good? There was someone that posted that I know that was like, our kid's selling Krispy Kreme donuts. $15 a dozen. And I'm like, all right, listen. Help out the kids playing hockey, get a couple of donuts. Sure, I'll take 2 boxes. I have no idea if Krispy Kreme's any good.
And we're down again. That's tough. That's tough. Okay, we'll go back to the loading screen. Loading screen music's way better anyway. We'll retry it in a minute. I'll go check out the Discord. Absolutely cooked for now. Goodness gracious. So I'm kind of curious, just in terms of how you're going to play this game. Is it you have it on a second monitor all the time? Do you log in once every 4 hours if you set a timer? And that's it? I think we're already starting to see the reminiscence, no, is that the right word? Of what it's going to feel like, or why we're going to want our assets, the party bears, the buzzies, the fluffs, to auto gather, the production boosts. Feels like it would be very noticeable right now, and we've had like less than an hour of active gameplay. That's the early vibe. Also, what's crazy, and you might not be thinking about it, but we could be documenting history right now. You never know. The initial stages of something, we hope that it goes to something grand. Just have to wait and see. All right, with the game kind of being wonky, what we'll do is I will go and grab the Believin's interview. And we will play that because it's a banger. We get different opinions from them, but again, Believin's is building some tools for the Root network. A lot of different assets, and it's interesting growing through a brand new chain. And so sometimes there's not a whole lot of resources. And when there was a Prism Mint, which people got several of them, sometimes upwards of hundreds, and you have to match them with these land plots, or it's assumed so, everybody's like, oh my goodness, we have no idea how to do this. This is going to take forever. How do we begin? And then our savior comes from the sky, Believin's, drop in the app. Give us kind of a lowdown of how you've seen the progress of the Root network and when you've said, hey, I have the skill set to make some tools and there's a lot of people that need these tools.
Yeah, thanks so much first for having me. Really glad to be here. Thanks for hosting. And yeah, just like you say, it was a mess on how to map everything, how to find out like what do I need, what is good, not only for the Third Kingdom, but even for like all games around the racers, for example, or the brains. And I mean, I just continued another legend around the prawns and the prawns tooling, and I think there have been several of amazing community built tools. And yeah, then I was at the point of where I thought, okay, I have lots of cards, I have the land. How do I find out what I need, what I have? And so yeah, everything started with a local script. It generated like some Excel sheets, shared it with some people, and people were like, "I want that as well." And yeah, the rest is history.
And for yourself, I mean, going specifically to the Root Network, do you remember how you found out about it? The first person you heard it from, or kind of the initial rumblings?
You mean back at the Fluff World Mint?
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? Is for anybody that's come into the community a little bit later, you kind of forget sometimes that this started with having no idea what the scope was going to turn into.
Yeah, it was Fluff World back in, what was it, August 2021. 3 years now. And back then I minted lots of projects, and Fluf World was one of them. And it piqued my interest because it was different to everything else. Everything else was 2D cartoon images, and Fluff World was one of the few ones, even though many would call it the ugly rabbits. I thought it is novel to have 3D animated sound backgrounds, swap the ability to swap things. So all of it looked very novel. So I made some more research and liked what I saw.
And now you're here building for it. And it takes, it takes a lot
Really?
of how would I word it? It takes a lot of conviction, I guess, to build these. Like, how difficult is it to build something? Because I mean, you brushed it off. You're like, oh, I just whipped this thing in an Excel and then it's good, and people found it useful. And I was like, I don't know if I know how to like use Excel in the basics of terms. And so, how did you figure out all of this stuff? Like, how long does it actually take to build out these tools?
So maybe my background a little bit on that. I'm a UX designer, but also learned coding. And but we, like in our agency that we have, we don't sell my services on the coding, but more on the UX and the design. So I would consider myself a hobby coder, and there I have some knowledge around Node.js, Python, and these languages. And with that and the combination of some ChatGPT help, I was able to put together the script, run it, get the data, get it from the API, and then yeah, turn it into an Excel. So it is some work for sure. The foundation of coding knowledge was helpful. And then putting it together, like the bigger work is to put it into a proper web platform.
And so that's where the new website comes out. Because before, anybody that's gone into the tool, it's kind of just a nicer version of a spreadsheet, I guess, where you're going to put in your info and it'll kind of calculate, populate everything that you need. And so, what's coming with this new website? What can people expect? Is this all free to use? Is there going to be a membership at all?
Yeah, so right now the prototype is live, and it will also actually stay live because I'll get to that in a bit. The new site, we have developed that with a bigger team, with the agency and actually also a few devs, where we now have a FuturePass login, we have an RNS integration, we have our own database, our own front end, our own backend. So everything custom made, custom platform. That's definitely more work than just a little script, putting it into an Excel. And there we are starting off. I will post the link later on X, and so people can have yeah, can have a look around. We're kicking things off with a new version of racers. The choice was for racers because there is lots of data to analyze with all these cards, top speed, acceleration, and so on. Even though it might not have the biggest user base currently. But for the Third Kingdom, the only thing you can do is map prisms to land. So we said, okay, Third Kingdom is out a little bit. Racers is live now. Let's do that first, and then later on build Third Kingdom. The platform is free for now. We don't want to make it paid, at least in this beta stage. Like now we're moving from prototype to web app with proper development. But it won't be a paid version in the next weeks, I would say. So for now, you can use it for free. And yeah, that's very excited about getting people's hands on the new platform.
It seems like it's going from just kind of a simple idea to something much more. And so, do you guys have kind of a vision of this? Obviously, Futureverse has talked repeatedly of, these grand visions, talking about AI, blockchain, and being this revolutionary technology. But at the same time, if they are launching 506 different games, it's all these user generated things. I'm looking at you guys and I'm like, how do you scale that? How do you be on top of it? Obviously, competition is going to come at some point. So, I mean, are you starting to really take this a lot more seriously with all of this now?
Yeah, for sure. The vision is definitely, when I looked at it, I saw demand. I saw people using the products. I saw people being excited about having like even just the initial prototype. And there I said to myself, following Futureverse, Readyverse, Ready Player One, looking at the Oasis, to be the first gaming analytics tool in the Oasis, if we make that comparison, will be very valuable. And that means the way we approach it is that we rather think in blueprints. So that means in our case, we have now like the magic is not necessarily that we have racers now. The magic is more that we have our own backend with the query set up with scripts checking who has which asset. And once there is another racing game, we have the whole infrastructure. Just like, Atom cars also have the same things of acceleration, top speed, influence, and so on. We can't swap parts yet, but I'm just waiting for the announcement that we can swap Atom parts, to be honest, because the background metadata, what you see in the future pass, there is more if you go to the metadata URL. And so it's all ready to be like, okay, now you can swap everything. If that comes sooner or later, I don't know. But the any racing game that comes, we can build for that. And then let's look at Third Kingdom. Any strategy, like once we have the Third Kingdom in that new infrastructure, any new strategy farming game, we can use that blueprint or that template. And then we're actually also in talks with Certmon to look at their game and see how can we integrate it into Gambai. And once there's another trading card game, we can use that template. So that's like the broader vision of we're now here. Yes, Racers is a proof of concept game, but we will have proper racing games and they will need similar infrastructure.
When I first saw that there was kind of a bigger partnership kind of for Gambai, and I saw this Craft Clarity as Arcadia made an announcement the other day that they're partnered together. Can you explain what Craft Clarity is? Is that Gambai? What I know you just touched on kind of the Zertmon. Obviously, there's Arcadia and all these different things with Tradeverse as well. How do you kind of foresee like the partnership realm? If you can explain that, but first with the Craft Clarity, please.
Craft Clarity is an agency that I co-founded with a few others in 2021. And since 2021, we've been building different projects. It is an agency helping clients. So if you are a company that needs help with digital transformation, that needs a website, that it needs, wants to understand all the new emerging technologies like Web3, blockchain, AI, and so on, and what does that mean for my company? Like that's where we help, and we are active like in the energy sector, in fintech. We've built like an AML solution. We have one client is in agriculture. So across German SMEs mostly, but also internationally. Did like an NFT mint with UNICEF or like Giga, where that was in 2022, I think, where we had collected money to raise funds to connect schools with the internet. So that's Drive Clarity. We're a small team of builders helping companies. And here and there, we do our own small ventures and projects. For example, Batesia, the Snotwort Steals Christmas Advent calendar. Maybe some of you will remember that one, which was lots of fun. And so, yeah, here and there, we do like our own ventures without having a client, and Gambai is definitely one of them. And like you mentioned, with Arcadia, the partnership announcement, which we are also very excited about, where we will help them with their web app and help to build it out so they can focus on what they are good at with the games and the arcade, and they also do like more stuff. But the web app, yeah, we will take care of that. And then yeah, if there's any, because now we have like also that template around future pass login, RNS integration, database, getting a collection, the ownership and stuff. So that means like if there's also another Futureverse project that has similar requirements, where they want, okay, I want people to be able to log in, RNS, database, ownership, and so on, we can now relatively quickly spin this up and build like a locked in exclusive area for people.
I want to get a little bit into Fluff World and Futureverse here if I can. So,
Sure.
you're rocking the Cool Cat profile picture. What did you think of the Cool Cat Surreal Estate when it was showcased the other day?
I think the art for the different partner collections, and probably you're talking about the where the Cool Cat walks around in that comic land thing. Yeah, I really liked it. Like it was different. It was like
It was a vibe. It had like a very it
yeah.
had a vibrance to it that I don't. It feels like one of those
Yeah.
specially animated movies, but it was a game.
Especially when you look at the, let's say, the Third Kingdom renderings of the characters, like including the Cool Cats. You would expect to have a surreal estate that is just like this 3D Cool Cat in the look of that 3D, let's say, high res normal Unreal Engine look. But then you have like suddenly this yeah, like this vibe. It's like difficult to describe this comic look. I don't know how to describe it. So and if that like automatically uh is possible with the different partnership communities. I mean, like I was stunned by the Doodles Third Kingdom Surrealscape, which looked crazy, and then it adjusts the art style depending on which surrealscape you have. And then if you think about, okay, Cool Cat's surreal estate looks like this, how does the Doodles surreal estate look, if that's coming, which I guess at some point. So yeah, I think that's exciting to see how they have managed to integrate the art style.
Now, most of it has been teasers, but the one thing that I do want to give a lot of credit to is it seems like it's extraordinarily high quality in terms of graphics for everything we've seen for the Third Kingdom. Obviously, it's not, massively graphically intense of what's going on, but it looks extraordinarily clean for the Readyverse trailers. The environments themselves look really nice, and for the stronghold that Aaron posted a while ago, I thought that all looked, good quality, where I think there's been a lot of conversations around pixel art versus, just kind of something generic versus high fidelity. And we have all these comparisons that are going across the space right now. But what's your take on just what the team's showing right now?
I think, like, of course, the bench is noteworthy here. I think that was definitely one of the highlights. Um, and but I think, like in general, I like that they tease things. Of course, it is let's say it is an actual tease, because you're like, okay, I want to play it. I want to get my hands on it. I want to, play the Third Kingdom, go into surreal estates. So that's, I think the challenge will be, if you're looking at games that are launching right now, they all have that Unreal Engine look. Like, because it's so easy to build with Unreal Engine, and it is high quality, and it won't be the secret sauce to the project won't be that it is an Unreal Engine game. Like, it will be much more, how will Ernest Klein be able to build stories into that universe, How will Ready Player One, will it feel like a natural, authentic integration of Ready Player One IP and the rest of the IP that they want to integrate from traditional movies and brands? Will that feel natural? Will it captures people's attention? How will they be able to get the Web 2 community, even though I'm like always a bit hesitant to use this Web 3, Web 2 differentiation, because in the end it's everything's just one. But let's say traditional gamers who always have been super skeptical about blockchain, how will they address that? So like that will be the many challenges, and how they could also stand out. If you look at the Cool Cats real estate, to not just have the Unreal Engine look, but to have IP, a look according to the IP, to how does this world look? The Cool Cats look like this, and then you have that shader or like that look, and then that for every IP, so they don't lose like their what's special about any IP to have their look. And I think if they can bridge that with all these games, then it can be a magical place. Yeah.
So during the South by Southwest conference, I tweeted a clip the other day. I'm not sure if you got a chance to see it, but it was Ernest Klein talking about the Readyverse standard. And, you know, as you just mentioned, if you have some kind of IP, you can bring it onto our platform and use it on our standard. And obviously, that just is trying to highlight the onboarding method for people that have something that they truly want to build through, I guess, the streamlined process. So, what does that mean to you when they talk about a Readyverse standard?
So I haven't seen the clip, but I'm just going on of assumptions around the whole process. So I think it will be it's important that they build out the builders onboarding, and because right now it is a bit lacking, to be honest. Just on the just as one example, I like the ASM vision paper, like the direction it's going, because that makes it much more natural. If I have to explain to people, you have to buy a brain first before you can play racers, they'll be okay, bye. So I think it will, the strategic direction is a good one on ASM, leaving out all thoughts around what is with ASM Gen 1 holders. Will they have will there be enough value in it? But just looking from a company's perspective and a technological strategic, I think it makes sense. But there is no information how to integrate it yet. So I like the vision paper. I can't integrate it because there's no docs on it yet. I know they are on it. You know, like also I asked like in the Root Network Discord, and I expect there will be a much more improved onboarding process. And when you say the Readyverse standard, to make it easy to get in there, to make it easy for developers, to make it easy for IP, to get in there. I think it will always need some, you know, custom development, custom game design, thinking about how is my IP presented in the Readyverse. Because I also remember I was working on a virtual reality project 2018, where a major German telecommunications brand wanted to make a social virtual reality thing. And I did lots of research around it, and there the brands were like, I want, let's say it's a shoe brand. I want it to look like a physical store. And I'm like, why would you? It's so boring. Like, no one will go there. Why would I go to a store that looks like in virtual, that looks like reality? What doesn't make sense. And so I think if brands are able to understand the potential of virtual worlds there is no physics unless you say there's physics. And there's so much potential, I think, around it, that we will see nice applications if they properly think about it.
Take this any way you want. What do you think about the metaverse?
I mean, by now we're so, let's say, in the Futureverse community, framed by the definition of Aaron and Shara, which I have started to agree, but I think it's a big endeavor to reframe the word in the whole world's mind, because many people made up their opinion about the metaverse. I don't want to be in glasses, run around in virtual worlds. I want to be in reality. So I think the metaverse can be a nice place if we are able to change that, like how people see it. That it is also just us hanging out on Twitter, X, and in spaces and having digital identities. Like that's where it starts. And then I think the metaverse is just the evolution of the internet. But before I repeat Aaron and Shara's words, yeah, I would say I agree with their definition.
Circling back to Gamba, is there any final things you want people to remember, potentially follow, be on top of, be aware of?
Yeah, for sure. There is the Discord will be opened very soon. The website is live. I will share the link so people can play around with it. I would love feedback around it. If you find something, there might be some final smaller visual bugs around it, but it should all work. You should get all your assets. If you don't, yeah, just let us know in the Discord. We have a support ticket functionality, so you can report it there. And maybe one final teaser, even though I'm saying the platform itself will be free while it is like in this alpha beta mode. Of course, we need money to build it with our employees, with the devs, and there might be a mint coming up. But currently, we structured it in a way that it is a early supporters mint that is not connected to utility on the platform, and instead gives people something back as an artwork that is special and the first type of its kind on the root network. And we hope that the funds through that mint we will use that for Gambai. We also want to look into other developer tooling that we can support the builders, maybe even build some smaller tools for the community. So I wouldn't necessarily say it is a Gambai utility mint, but rather a mint that gets you, you might want to look up generative art if you haven't looked into it yet. I will also make like a series around that, how it works in the next days or weeks, and then use that to continue to build everything out that we have in mind, which might be Gambai, which might be other projects. And
Very nice, very nice, very nice, very nice. We're going to try again and see. Can we get this game to work? The server is unavailable. What a shame. What a shame. All right, well, that is the opening of the Third Kingdom. We've snatched what we can. Getting close to the 5-hour mark, so we're going to call it there. Thank you so much for everybody that's tuned in live. Hope you've enjoyed this series. We'll be live again tomorrow for Xfeed, as well as playing Third Kingdom, assuming everything goes correctly.